Oh, there could have been an echo. Hi, everybody. I hope we are now good to go. I'll find out in a second. But greetings to everyone who's joining us tonight, April 14th. It's not 1912, is it? It's 2023. It's been 111 years, and it's been quite a 111 years. And we're still remembering Titanic. And we're here again to remember not just Titanic, but the 2,208 souls aboard her. Sorry, you're stuck with me, Matt DeWinkler, everybody. The not the not the great speaking James Penka, who I think is in the chat, or he's in his own Instagram uh, live stream. When I say he's the great speaking, I don't mean that in a negative way. Like I'm angry that he can speak so great. I admire his speaking skills, and you're stuck with me, who's basically got the king's speech going on. But but we don't. You're not just stuck with me. We also have two others from Titanic Honor and Glory. I'll let them introduce themselves right now if they're here. Starting with Kyle.
Hello everyone. This is Kyle.
I got.
I don't speak good either, but
Oh my
here I
goodness.
am. Hello everyone.
And hello, everyone. I'm Dave Nonini, and I'm on the research team, and I speak as well as I can.
Well, the ship kind of just went to the Twilight Zone for a second, but sorry about that. And yeah, I guess the ship heard us, and she didn't like that. But anyway, yeah, welcome. Last year we did this, the three of us. We also had someone else with us who spoke the King's English much better than us, but you'll hear him later on during the animation of the sinking. And I saw him in the chat a moment ago. Thank you for the words of encouragement, Ben. But we're here remembering Titanic. We'll get to that in about less than 30 minutes when the ship unfortunately hits the iceberg. But first, we want to talk about not just Titanic, but Titanic Honor and Glory, what's been going on a little bit. And thank you for the feedback on audio. I'll turn up David a bit in a
Am I
second.
am I better now?
Thank you for being. Last year, David was a robot, so I'm glad that this year he's just a little quiet. So
Yep.
now
I
to
can,
be
I can get closer to the mic if I
get
need
closer to the
to.
mic, yes.
Okay.
Um, there should I don't know. We hate YouTube. I hate technology. I mean, don't actually dislike us, YouTube. Please love us the entire time. But I don't know if there should be some closed captions that come up eventually. I hope there are. But yeah, spoilers, everybody. The ship sinks. But now this um, sinking animation. Sorry, spoilers again. That you're going to see tonight, um, which is of this model of Titanic, I believe right here, is not the same model that you've seen in our previous sinking animations. It comes from yeah, James Penka has started a live video on Instagram, everybody, if you want to watch and support James Penka. He's doing his own live stream of the anniversary, as he does too, and it is just as amazing because it's James Pinka. And James Pinka's heart and soul was also put into this animation. You'll see his info text boxes pop up with his writing, which I had to trim a little bit to get them to fit. So sorry, James. But this animation has the what we call dollhouse model of Titanic. Kyle took his one of his exterior models
Oh
and
boy.
yep, he put
Do you want me to talk about it?
yeah, you talk about it, and then I'll talk about who made this animation.
Oh boy. All right. So yes, this is what we call the dollhouse model. So it is back in 2019 is basically when I made it. We were going to attempt as a surprise to do kind of a new animation or a remastered animation back then, but unfortunately, some things got in the way. I may have snowballed the model just a little bit, and yeah, we never really got around to getting that animation done. But the model, on the other
The
hand,
first snowball.
it's always a snowball. But the model that pretty much got done, and the model is it's kind of it's the old hull that I made. Um, Obviously the one that was kind of scrapped, back in the new direction. It's that hull, and it's paired with a bunch of stuff from previous models that I made of Titanic, like Virtual Sailor, for those who know about that one. And it's got the addition of a few objects here and there, but it mainly, the thing that's really special about it is that the model has low poly, low detail interiors. Nothing too detailed or even that makes sense or is accurate. So a lot of stuff doesn't even follow shear inside there. But they're just like little low poly rooms that are there behind all the windows, and so it gives a lot of like depth when you're moving around the model and stuff. And you can also kind of select different areas and turn the lights on and off. It's not perfect, but it's something, and it really brings the model to a new level, and it looks cool from a lot of angles. And finally, after all this time, since I put it together in 2019, it's finally getting some use thanks to Jet.
Thanks to Jack. That's what everybody here is able to say is thanks to Jack. I think we can wake up and we see some new footage daily and be like, wow, thanks to Jack, we can appreciate Titanic in a brand new way. He'll he'll be bored and he'll say, "Hey, Kyle, can you send me the Britannic model? I just want to play with it and create some new image, some new videos. Hey, Kyle, can you send me this? Hey, Derek, can you send me this? Hey, can you send me this?" And he'll create some new video, some new animation, or a whole brand new sinking of the Titanic, just for funsies while he's working on other parts of Titanic Honor and Glory related images and videos that we need for basically clients like RMST, on the side. And he's done some amazing work. So our media manager Jack Gibson has who we basically hired last year, late last year, has been a super fan. I guess I should call him. You'll spot him right there in the chat talking about snowballs. Has lovingly created the animation with Kyle's dollhouse model of the sinking of Titanic for tonight. And he's also, spoiler alert again, sunk some of the interiors of Titanic. So we will be going from outside the Titanic to inside the Titanic to give you a somewhat brand new perspective of the sinking. And it will be, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it, a night to remember as we commemorate, indeed commemorate, the anniversary of the sinking of Titanic and remember the lives lost and the lives that were saved from Titanic. Because when I think about Titanic, I personally, I try to remember all the lives that were affected on the night of the disaster at this point, because all those people, the ones who suffered on April 15th and those who had to deal with the consequences directly, they've all passed on now. They've all left us, and so they all should be remembered. So the anniversary live stream and the real-time animation that has been recreated, that's brand new, is dedicated to the memory of all 2,208 passengers and crew aboard Titanic. Now, we're getting closer and closer. We have about 18, no, 28 minutes until Titanic hits the iceberg. Um, Titanic is not in GMT time. She's not in New York time. She is in a time known as its apparent time ship, ATS, and so the time right there is 11 or almost 11 o'clock. So we'll be, yeah.
It's
David is our one of our THG researchers, historians. So that's thank goodness he's here with us.
thank thank you for having me again.
Hmm.
Uh, according to my clock right now, Titanic time is 11:13.
11:13. Okay. And on the animation, when it starts up proper, right now we're going to loop through this lovely sailing footage that Jack made for us just this afternoon, just so we can have something while we're talking housekeeping stuff. The animation itself will have not a clock the entire time because I didn't want to detract from the animation that Jack made, but it will still have the time pop up every 5 minutes or so. Um, so you'll be able to see what time it is roughly during Titanic. Now, also to discuss some more about the animation, you can see the description of the video that's going to be uh, live later on, and this entire live stream. There's just a few things that we want to point out. Now, we've said in the past before that the entire goal of Titanic Honor and Glory and everything that we're doing here is to make something that is completely as historically accurate as possible. And while this is something that we strive for every day, it is not something that is completely possible. It's it's like if you try to strive for perfection in yourself, it's a good goal, but you're never going to reach perfection. And I'm just going to quote what I wrote here. We believe that is especially true with the reconstruction of the sinking, and our animations in the past, while we called them very accurate, we look back at them now and we kind of cringe at what we've created. And we want to point out there that now no animation, regardless of the amount of work that's gone into them, should be considered, 100% accurate or perfectly accurate or accepted as absolute fact as what happened the night of 1912, because if you read accounts of the disaster, if you look at the wreck sites, if you try to create simulations in a computer model, etc., you're going to find conflicting reports and data. It's such a mess. It's very difficult. So there's no way to get everything exactly right. So when you create something like this, a real-time syncing animation, which we've done several times now at this point, and if you put a stamp on it and say, this is the one, this is our absolute historical perfect, the most accurate thing ever, which we've almost done before, um, it is akin to the same hubris as calling Titanic unsinkable. So we want to throw that disclaimer out there that while we're proud of the work that we create, and I think that everyone who does create something like this should be, because they're not easy to make, as Jack can attest, and Kyle can probably say too, since he made one in less than 7 days, Kyle, back in 2016.
Oh, I made the first one in about 4 days.
Yeah, God. And and when you look at that, are you proud of it?
I am. I think for all the imperfections, I am
Mm-hmm.
proud of that work. It's there's just something about it I have a soft spot
You
for.
should be,
But
yes.
it is true that there's you can do all the research in the world and you can make it in 4 days or in 4 years or in 4 decades for that matter.
Gosh.
And um um it's something that's just never really going to be perfect. There are so many factors in the sinking of Titanic.
Right.
Every room, every room and every space, they all flood differently. Every door and window and porthole affects the rate of flooding, and the way the water moves. Every piece of steel and every rivet affects the way the ship behaves and how it breaks apart, and all of these just countless factors, literally millions of factors, can
Exactly.
contribute to the way the ship just sort of behaved. And the same can be said for the people on the ship.
Hmm.
Thousands of people on board, all doing all these different things, and then you have the issues of the way people remember things. We can look at survivor testimony, but they didn't all see everything. A lot of them saw it in the dark. Human memory is well known to be extremely fallible. Somebody could have said something and it might not even be even remotely true, or particularly accurate. And then there's a huge level of interpretation that has to go into it. And some of them were just mistaken. They might say they were on the port side when they meant starboard, and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Hmm. Yeah, and we're discovering as we're creating or trying to create Titanic Honor and Glory in Project 401 that there has to be a cutoff point of when we decide, you know, we can't just keep trying to strive for that perfection. We have to figure out, this is the best that we can accomplish with our resources and our time. And and this is true when you are recreating something such as uh, a ship, an event that's going to be presented in a visual with an audio cues and lights, etc. And the same happened for like James Cameron. You know, he had a timeline where he had to a time frame, excuse me, where he had to decide like, okay, I'm going to create the ship, and I have this amount of research available to me now, and I know it sank like this, and now we look back at it and we can tear apart his sinking and say like, well, how did he mess this up so much? Well, the reason is, there was only a certain amount of data that was available at the time. We didn't investigate the wreck as much. We were not sharing as much research material back and forth thanks to the internet as we have been today. You know,
The
research.
amount of
Go ahead.
the amount of research that's been done in the last, I guess, 25 years since that film came out, it's amazing the things that how much our understanding has shifted since then. Because I remember when that came out, to me it seemed accurate at the time because it was what was sort of the accepted, I think, or everyone's best estimate at the time. But now that there's been all this research and all this great work done by these different historians,
Exactly.
it changes, and some people resist that change. I know I went through my periods where I thought, well, how could it be different? It's been like, but there was a time where it was accepted that the wreck supposed that people thought that the wreck sank in one piece, and now that Robert Ballard finds the wreck and discovers no, it broke in half. But then when you go back and look at the witness testimony, there's more people who said that it broke in half than sank intact. But it's one of those things that just over the years became part of the, I don't know if you want to call it the Titanic myth or the legend of Titanic, but yeah,
Yeah.
that.
David, I need you to get louder. I can't turn you up anymore.
Oh, okay.
Oh
I
my God,
apologize.
he just yelled. He just screamed. He got excited for
Oh,
Titanic. Yeah.
sorry, I moved closer to my mic.
Okay, good. Yeah. Yes. But yeah, you made a good point that yeah, that Titanic research and most research that isn't, well, I'd argue that some scientific research can be pretty fluid, but a lot of research is rather, it isn't just this one straight line of facts, 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 and that doesn't change. And to prove that, one of the while we were creating this, we were relying heavily on the research of uh, Samuel Halpern and his great book, The Report into the Loss of SS Titanic, A Centennial Reappraisal, which is one of the greatest books released recently within the last 20 years about the Titanic disaster itself. It goes into detail of the trim and the list of Titanic as she was sinking, the lifeboat occupancies, the times, uh, the flooding of the watertight compartments, so much more. The rockets, the ships around, the wireless messages. Gosh, I can go on. I don't want to spoil what's in the book. And we relied on that, a couple of other books, but um, staying on the topic of fluid research, right after we finished our animation, right after Jack uh, finished animating the ship with the help mainly of uh, two of our THG researchers, um, and kind of myself, quasi myself, and kind of Kyle. Mainly it was Nico and Robin, who are in Europe, so I believe they're asleep because it's very late in across across the pond right now. Titanic sank at an inopportune time for people in the UK and France and Germany, where many others of the team are living. I don't know how Jack could be awake right now, but he is. But Mr. Halpern released an update on his research into the lifeboat's launch times, and the list of the ship, the list being, oh God, Robin's awake. There you are. He's awake right now. Always awake. Yeah, you are awake when I'm awake, and I don't understand how. But yes, Samuel Halpern released a brand new, updated. Uh, Oops, sorry about that. Samuel Halpern released a brand new, updated list of the lifeboat's launch time, which would have helped us if we had created our animation 1 week earlier, but we didn't organize this with Samuel Halpern. Next year, if we happen to do a different animation or update the animation, we are going to utilize his new research, and we are planning on directly contacting and working with some other researchers regarding the sinking. So stay tuned for that without spoiling anything. I want to just throw a shout out to some Titanic historians who have given some feedback to the team and the project in the past couple of days, who have told us some kind words and words of support from all sides of everything we do, uh, telling us that they are cheering us on, not just for the animation, not just for the interiors models, not just from the aspect of recreating the events, but just from all parts and aspects of the project. And we want to say thank you. I believe they are watching, and it is something that we greatly appreciate, and it is helping a lot. All the members of the team who I've mentioned it to, especially the ones who have been working hard on getting this animation out and ready to go for tonight. So, thank you very much for that. And now we're getting closer and closer to the beginning of the actual um, timeline animation, the real-time animation, which will begin in less than 20-ish, or I think less than 20 minutes now. I can't do the time. I have a
Yeah,
time when
Titanic time right now is 11:26.
okay, we're getting there. Yeah, I have a moment where I'm going to hit the button and the animation will start playing, and I'm waiting for that. And oh, I really should have looked over and seen all the super chats. Um, God, okay, thank you guys for these super chats. I'm going to try to see the ones that I saw that are still available and buy your own super chat. I didn't know that was an option. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the support. Thank you, Javier. Thank you, Oliver. We're trying to keep up the good work, and thank you, Gamer. We really appreciate that all. And also I want to just mention to you all right now, you don't need to send a super chat if you want a question answered, but we would really like it if tonight, because it's the anniversary of the sinking, if you have a question about THG the game, uh, please keep that for a later time. We're going to focus mainly on the sinking tonight and the ship itself. We're not going to focus so much on THG the game. That would be for another time. Tonight is to remember the passengers and crew aboard Titanic and the events that unfolded. With that said, though, however, I just want to mention some more um, laundry that I want to get through. I don't think laundry was the best word. Monskar, thank you for the your usual super chat. That's appreciated. However, not however for you, but however, back to my notes. Uh, we are still going through our refunds and our exchanges of hand-painted model ships. If you had an outstanding one, please make sure to check your email. Emails have gone out to everybody. We have refunded and exchanged hundreds of people so far, and there are still a couple to go through. And if you haven't been emailed about it, or if you're waiting for a response, please check your spam folders, etc. I'm the one trying to email and get that all sorted, while Zeno was also trying to send out exchanges. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's wonderful. Please don't ask. But if you do know what I'm talking about, just check your emails. And I appreciate your patience on that. Now, the last two things I want to talk about, or actually three things I see still here. Okay, I lied. It's four things. This animation that's going to be coming up of the ship sinking is not exactly representative of what may or may not be in the final or any versions of Titanic Honor and Glory, the THG Alpha, or Titanic Project 401. So it's exciting to see the ship sink, yes, and you're going to see interiors of Titanic sink in this, but that does not necessarily mean that we have the ability or the, the manpower yet to properly sink the ship and send it out to you guys in Project 401 or Titanic Honor and Glory. Uh, that's just what we want to throw out there. It's something that, of course, we all want to experience, but we just need to send out that disclaimer. So there's a big line in the sand and a differentiation between what we're going to see in the animation tonight and what's going to be possibly in the final projects and THG. And now with less than 10, not yet, less than 10 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you,
It's
Dave.
11:30 Titanic time.
Oh my goodness, 11:30 Titanic time. There's a couple more super chats. Thank you to Rick. It's been many years of hard work. Thank you, Davey. Thank you, Shelby. I keep studying Titanic. And thank you. Hi, Charles. Thank you. Titanic sank on a moonless night, as I think many of us know. There are a lot of stars out, but it was still very dark. If you were out on deck, your eyes would eventually be adjusted to the night vision, unless, of course, you looked at the lights of the ship, and then your eyes would get all messed up, and then you'd have to like start over again. But regardless, the ship's lighting here in this video is a little brighter. It's adjusted so that we can actually see what's happening. A la James Cameron, not quite bright as the movie, but we want to be able to see what's happening to Titanic and the passengers aboard her. We want to be able to see the disaster unfold. So, indeed, we know Titanic should have been darker. to your eyes, depending on what you would see, what the quote unquote average person would witness. But for the sake of this video, for this animation purposes, it's a little bit brighter. And I appreciate the 19 pounds in Ray purchase, as always, for the drinks. That's not what we'll use them for, but I I'm gonna DM you later, Ray, about something because I think it's gonna be funny. But yeah, I think at this point I'm done with all of my housekeeping notes, and I think it's time to talk about Titanic for the first time tonight. And oh no, Elbereth, I hope I said your name correctly. Thank you very much for that super chat to remember Titanic. And now I think we can talk about Titanic and where she is, and perhaps at this point in time, she's still sailing 111 years ago to her destiny. What time would it be, uh,
It
David? You
is
can let me know.
11:33 approximately
Okay,
Titanic time.
someone talk about Titanic for a moment. I have to prepare to hit the button. So
Ah, well, let's see, 11:33. So
let's talk about Titanic herself, her passengers, just for a few moments, just for a few minutes. Let's set up the scene, I
set the
suppose.
scene.
She,
Oh, well, at this time, it's very late at night. Uh, People have had their dinners, their meals, they're socializing. If I recall correctly, there's only so many rooms that are still open. The smoke rooms are popular places, especially for men. Of course, those are mainly for men. And and so in places like that, up in the first class smoke room, there are a handful of men playing cards, having drinks, stuff like that, kind of winding down their days. And down in the first class dining saloon, there are stewards getting the tables ready for the next for breakfast. And I imagine in other areas you got similar things going on. And of course, the firemen always down in the boiler rooms, boiling away. Across the ship, across many cabins, there are a bunch of people already asleep or getting ready to pass out, or maybe they've just gotten back to their cabins after a long day. And so you have people who might be changing clothes or just relaxing in their cabins before bed, maybe reading a book or something. And the crew and the officers have gone through their rounds. Many of them are getting some sleep or trying to. Captain Smith at this point is retired to his cabin, and you have Murdoch on the bridge, just kind of watching out for things. And the guy is up in the crow's nest and all of that. And it's just it's shaping up to be a nice quiet night, nice quiet Sunday night. Uh, David, if you want to talk real quick.
Um, well, in the wireless room, I think senior operator Jack Phillips is still transmitting with Cape Race. Wait, 30 seconds. Okay. There was they had a huge backlog of messages to send out because correct me if I'm wrong, it was the night before that the wireless set stopped working or had some technical issues. I think it was the night of the 13th. I pressed
I
it.
believe you're right.
Yes, looking at this notes here, yeah. It was the night of the 13th, and they stayed up through the night to repair the system and get it back into working order, which is very, very fortunate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a means to send out the distress call. But at the moment, they are still transmitting to Cape Race. they were overheard by the Virginians, who noted in their logs that they were standing by Cape Race, who was continuously working the Titanic. We are at 11:37 ship dock.
And now this is our new animation that Jack created with the new model in Unreal Engine 5. Yes. And it is with James's info notes that he wrote just for this. And for some reason audio that I created. 90% of.
This is my first time actually seeing.
The animation's a bit loud, but I'll turn it down.
Is my audio level still good? Yes. I see it's the text box just came up for hard or starboard.
So, at this point, man, the ship's about to hit the iceberg. The iceberg essentially came out of nowhere. It just, they were sailing along, and it just kind of came up on them. And because of the moonless night and the calm seas, it's, unfortunately, it was a very last minute thing. They didn't see the iceberg until the ship was about around a good few ship lengths away. It happened so fast. You can see that here.
And you only have a certain amount of time to make a decision too, because you can't really slow down the ship because of all the momentum that's behind it. So even if you signal the engines to stop, the ship wouldn't stop. It would take a bit for it to slow to a halt.
If only that text message had gotten to the bridge in time. As in, I heard someone's phone go off. But yeah, that was, that was the...
Shouldn't it be mine?
Anyway, that was our new iceberg collision. Yeah, the iceberg, there's been many debates, plural, about the iceberg collision, ranging from binoculars to engines full of stern to colliding directly into the iceberg. And debates will go on regardless of the number of theories put forward, the number of final says, etc. That's the way with Titanic. That no matter what hypotheses are presented, we're going to always have these debates which rage regarding the many aspects, because we'll probably discuss this many times during the night. We want someone or something that we can blame for the disaster. We want one aspect, I think, which makes it easier for us to put just a target on to say, well, if they had spotted the iceberg sooner, everything would have gone better. We would have not had the tragedy. If they weren't going so fast, we would have missed it. But this is why we have a disaster. It's because all these small things build up. All these one little errors happen that you have a tragedy on such a grand scale. That's just my opinion, of course, on the matter.
Yeah, I think that could be said across history. There's for most historic events, it's rare that there's just one thing that you can point to and say that's where it went wrong or that's what caused it. It's always there's a lot of different reasons that things like this have happened over the course of history. Because you could even think, like, if the Titanic had been delayed in Southampton because of the near collision with the SS City of New York, who knows? Maybe that little delay could have made the difference, but this is all hindsight. We can't know for certain.
That's one of the biggest aspects of the Titanic disaster, that when people talk about it, a lot of people forget to take off their 20X glasses, the year that they're in glasses, when they look back at the tragedy, and they forget that they're looking at it with the hindsight, that they need to remember that they're looking at it knowing that it is a disaster.
A quick note for people in the chat. You know, we're obviously going to be doing a lot of commentary tonight. The purpose of this, you know, obviously we're not just going to be like sitting here watching the animation, but a commentary-less version will be up soon. So that way, if you want to hear the sounds and stuff and enjoy it without us rambling around, you'll get to do that.
Yeah, when there are quote-unquote exciting events, I guess you could say, or important events, like the end of Titanic, when the ship finally sinks, I suppose. Spoiler alert, everybody. I hate saying that joke at this point. We will stay quiet for the final moments of the ship sinking, or when the band plays "Near My God to Thee," another spoiler alert. We'll stay quiet for that final plunge. But the majority of the disaster, like in a few moments, when the steam starts coming out of the funnel, like right now, if you want to hear just the steam being ejected from Titanic's funnels for the next hour and a half, or how long it takes, sure. But it's going to be doing this for a very long time, because now let's talk about that. Why is this occurring, guys? I guess because the ship has stopped. The captain has, well, spoiler alert right now, it just answered it for me, thanks James. But the captain noticed that the ship has a list to starboard, or the trim is off, and this is enough to stop the ship for the last final time. And all that steam that has been generated thanks to the boilers has to go somewhere. It can't go to the engines, it can't go to the turbine anymore. It has to be taken up and out, otherwise you have a dangerous situation. And it's the only place it has to go is through the emergency pipes on the sides of the funnel, and steam can be very loud.
Oh yeah, and even inside the ship, because in the wireless room, it made it really hard for them to hear the initial communications that they had with other ships although that's a little ways off now,
right?
Before they start sending the distress call, but it made hearing those first exchanges very, very difficult.
Yes, the pipes lead all the way, start down in the boiler rooms and go all the way up to the top of the funnel. So it has to traverse through essentially passenger quarters and crew compartments. So they're hearing this steam travel throughout the entire uh, sections of the ship. You might not hear it in the very stern or bow of the ship as well as you would hear it um, on on top of the boat deck or amidships. And as David was saying, the wireless compartments, the Marconi operating room is right dab smack between funnels 1 and 2. So they're they're not in a good position to be soundproof at all. So they need to be able to hear this noise of a dirt dirt dirt, and they have to deal with this roaring of steam above them. And I just read in the chat, why aren't people panicking right now? Well, because to I'm not making a joke. They're on Titanic.
Yeah, there was this feeling that the ship, that nothing could happen to the ship. And I mean, if you look at it right now, it's just sitting there. I mean, it's got a list there's a list to starboard, and there's a little bit of a list down by the head, but it's probably pretty negligible to the passengers that it's leaning one way or the other.
Right. You did not have a ship of this size have it sink yet in history. There's never been a disaster of any proportion. Um, we can talk about Captain Smith, for instance, who had said that ships had gotten so large and so safe, and technology had improved. This is the age of when the Industrial Revolution has reached an apex, that mankind has essentially dominated nature and the elements. Titanic is a metaphor for mankind's ability to triumph over what I don't want to say it right now, but yet, the expression was God himself could not sink the ship, because what we could create at the time was unparalleled to anything else that we had built before. All we could imagine was that creation from our hands was just going up and up and up, and we were only proving that with with first Oceanic and Lusitania, and there's the first of our interior flooding shots. We're seeing when the baggage space is flooding, but these ships were getting safer and safer, bigger and larger, and even Lusitania and Mauritania before Titanic and Olympic were called unsinkable. That's one thing that's not mentioned that often, because Lusitania and Mauritania before Titanic did not sink, but it was Titanic, which was called unsinkable, did sink, and that's why it's known in infamy as the unsinkable ship which sank.
Yeah, the designation unsinkable or practically unsinkable or anything along those lines seemed to be used for almost every ship. Maybe I'm being a little too broad there, but it was used
right.
When a lot of new ships were coming out. There was for example, the Carmania and the Coronia, when they were launched in, I think, 1905, 1906. I can't remember right off the top of my head. They were right before Lusitania and Mauritania, but their safety features were heavily advertised, and they were even called practically unsinkable. And a note that I'd like to make is that there was some real world events that had happened that probably played in the minds of some people in believing that these ships were stronger.
Right.
And almost like the one that I think of is the sinking of the Republic in 1909. Another White Star liner who was struck by another ship in fog, the SS Florida. And the only people lost were those in the initial collision of the two ships. Everybody else, the ship sank so slowly that they were able to get everybody off the ship. Help was right around the corner with the help of the wireless,
Hmm.
and they got everybody off.
Technology again improving so much that they had the ability to call for help. The ship was safe enough that it sank within that it sank slowly, like you said. That the
Yeah.
evacuation wasn't didn't have to be a rapid, quick event, and that's what they would. And if anything happened to this ship, a ship of this size, like the lifeboats, for instance, they thought that they would call for help, have a ship would arrive that would be close enough, and they would use the lifeboats to transfer passengers back and forth between the ship in peril and the rescue ship. That was what was in the mindset of people at the time period.
So going into keeping all that in mind, if you are on the Titanic back in 1912, you have no reason to think that a collision would necessarily mean the ship's going to sink. If anything, they probably thought, well, it's almost like the story that we've heard over the years, you'll be back on board before breakfast. I mean,
Exactly.
it was very much that kind of thinking.
Hmm. It was just an inconvenience to a lot of passengers, and something that they didn't want to deal with. That we'll be able to read in James' info notes that he puts on the screen at points too. And
I see the lights on the horizon.
Of the ship that is oh so tantalizingly close, yet too far. David, get a little bit closer to your microphone again.
Oh.
But thank you.
I wonder if I should switch.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself and switch real quick.
Okay. So as we go around the boat deck I'll say right now again, on Kyle's dollhouse model, I think the time just said it was 12:55. No, I'm sorry, 11:55 a.m. I didn't want to advance us an hour yet. We are mentioning here Thomas Andrews, the chief designer for the Harlan Wolff ship builder company. He's gone down to investigate the damage, and he would look down into the post office, the mailroom, and he's witnessed the mail clerks trying to save bags of mail. And it's a futile effort, but they were dedicated to their work as they were bringing up heavy, soaked, full bags of postage from the flooding mailroom into the post office and then up into E-deck, into empty cabins, to try to save the Royal Mail that was heading from the UK to the US. Because that was their duty, that was their job, and they were trying to save the mail. But he can tell at that point that the ship is probably doomed. Here we see that the iceberg has left chunks of ice on the forward well deck. This is an area where third-class passengers have their promenade, and many of the third-class passengers who came up to investigate what that terrible noise was, who discovered the ice on the forward well deck, had a little bit of sport and fun kicking the ice around. But many first-class passengers who were not awoken by the iceberg collision, but perhaps by the stopping of the engines or the escaping of the steam, the loud noise of the steam, they had summoned their stewards perhaps, and their stewards would come to their cabin answering their calls, telling them that everything is fine at this point, it's okay, please go back to bed, we possibly have lost a propeller blade, we might have stopped for ice for the night because they have not been given orders yet to abandon ship. But deep down below, in the lowest areas of their accommodation in first class, such as here on G deck, where the squash court is located. Certain passengers have noticed that it is flooding.
How's my level now?
Now you're sounding like a robot again, like last year. Not a robot, but you got a little bit of a metallic twinge. Which is appropriate because we were just in a room that was sinking. Another area of the crew, which is flooding fast. Cargo hatch number 1, looking down into it, down into the cargo hold. It was flooding. The third class accommodations
was observed by a lot of different people, including I think even Third Officer Pittman at one point made his way down there and saw the water around the hatch coatings on G deck.
Is that the one where they heard air escaping from, or was that a different?
That was the four-peak tank.
Four-peak tank.
Yeah, Lamp Trimmer Hemmings.
It was Hemmings, yes, thank you.
Yeah, he heard the air escaping from the vent pipe. He heard that at 11:45 Titanic time.
So the air has to go somewhere as the water fills the inside of the ship. And that's one thing that we might forget about, is that the ship, as the ship fills up, the air has to leave. And that's a suspicious sound to many of the crew, especially in the forward area of the ship. The crew is the very forward section of the ship under the forecastle, the front deck of the ship that's shaped like a V with all the equipment on there is called the forecastle deck, and underneath that's where the firemen, the trimmers, their their accommodations are, even their eating area. That's where their berth, so they're sleeping there if they're off duty. So that's the area that
they're all awake now.
They're all awake now because that's what they're flooding. That area of the ship is flooding, and it's midnight Titanic time. 12 a.m. Monday, April 15th, 1912. A lot of third-class passengers were awoken by the collision with the iceberg because the iceberg was hitting the ship in their accommodations. Third class was berthed on G deck, F deck, E deck, and D deck forward, right under the well deck, right under the a little bit under the forecastle deck, underneath the forward funnel, and also in the stern on those same decks. But a lot of third class passengers were in that forward section of the ship, and immediately after the collision, their cabins began flooding, and those third class passengers started to collect up their belongings and head aft along the working alleyway known as Scotland Road to meet up with their fellow third class passengers to escape the flooding waters to the third class common rooms under the poop deck, just to evacuate the area. Many other passengers and crew who witnessed all these escaping passengers, there's the steerage passengers, some of them mocked them, thinking, well, why are they running away with all this baggage, all this luggage, satchels over their backs? But of course, this is everything they've ever owned in their entire lives, because they're leaving their home countries, they're leaving their entire lives for a brand new one, so they have to take that with them. They can't just leave it, because that's everything they have. Now the first class passengers who are awake at this point, who are investigating, or who have been awoken and aroused by their friends, etc., they're meeting up in different areas of the ship. Mostly they're public spaces because it's very cold out on deck. It's cold and loud. The temperature.
The depiction in the in not only the Cameron film, but A Night to Remember uh, is a really good demonstration of how noisy it was out there.
Hmm. You have to shout, you have to yell. There's you, an officer could use one of their whistles to try to get the attention of each other or other crew members. But there's not much else you could do besides scream at that point because the steam escaping from the top of the funnels is deafening. And we have the beginning of the evacuation proper with the lifeboats being cranked out. Now this takes quite some time to actually lower a lifeboat. In a couple years back, James Cameron, since he's James Cameron, and he had an actual set of davits, the Welland davits, and lifeboats. He was able to test how long it would take to fully lower a lifeboat, to crank it out, and to first to raise it up, to move the davits out, then to lower the lifeboats. It's not just a quick minute to get it down that entire long drop from the boat deck all the way to the ocean below. It's probably a terrifying experience, especially for a passenger who moments earlier would seemingly be on the safe, sturdy, warm, brightly lit RMS Titanic. And we'll find out later that's why a lot of people were reluctant to get into these small, dingy crafts. And that's why they were not full. These lifeboats, which could hold 65 passengers, the majority of them, very few of them would have more than 40 passengers.
Meanwhile, down in the ship, the water is rapidly rising in some areas. By 12:02 a.m., there was water within sight of F deck by the mailroom. So already by then, I guess the mailroom's already flooded.
Completely flooded. Or flooding.
Yeah. Or flooding. But I've mentioned this in other chats, but the that stairwell from E deck looking down to the mailroom, and then right around the corner you have the squash court. That's just down the hall from D deck reception room in first class. So you didn't have to necessarily go very far inside the ship within this first half hour to see water coming in.
Oh no, not at all. If a first-class passenger wanted to see the seriousness of the situation, there was not a distance between them and the flooding of their area too. I think it was Alfred. I never can say his last name. Nerney.
I think that's how you say it.
Alfred Nerney. I call him the Baron because he had this whole alias, I believe, where he
Baron von Drax.
Yes, where he made his way from second class to first class, didn't he? But regardless, he
kind of complained, I think, about his accommodations and got upgraded.
Right, but he ventured down to the squash courts, I think a couple of minutes ago, and he noticed that he didn't go down into the squash court because it was flooding, and he found about 6 feet of water. He walked to the gallery above, and he saw that it was 6 feet deep, and he knew right then it was a serious situation, and perhaps using his skills and perhaps not, he got into one of the first lifeboats, I think, either 7 or 5, I want to say. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I think it was one of the lifeboats on the starboard side. But again, that was, we'll discover soon when those lifeboats start lowering that lifeboats on one side of the ship were slightly more filled than lifeboats on the other side, and one side the rules were women and children first versus women and children only, and that's not the fault of an officer or it's just that's just how it one person interpreted it versus the other, and uh, when that happens, we'll start discussing that because I feel that often uh, blame gets placed on certain officers, and I don't think that's fair. But to be discussed.
And again, some of even the officers didn't necessarily know that the ship was due.
Oh yeah.
So there wasn't this urgent. There wasn't this urgency in them early on, maybe to put as many people in as they could, because again, they thought that maybe help would be right around the corner, and or they would get the situation resolved, and the ship would probably sink to a certain point and then stop.
Yeah, because that's the point of the watertight compartments and bulkheads, is that the water would rise to a certain point in the watertight compartment essentially to the water line, and the ship would level out, and then the water would stop rising, and that would be it. That was essentially, in a nutshell, that was how the watertight compartments were supposed to work. And then, as we discussed before, as David said, the ships would come thanks to the wireless, and help would be there.
But at this point, the first distress call has not even gone out yet, because they're still carrying out their inspections.
They're still getting their
Damage.
inspection, and we don't have a location of the ship yet either, correct? I think Boxall's still working on his coordinates for where the ship is located, and we all know that his first go at it will be slightly inaccurate.
The first position that gets worked out is, I believe, 41, 46, it might be 44 north, 50, 24 west. And I believe that position was worked out by Smith, and then Boxhall later spoke to Smith after they started sending the distress call and asked what position they had given the Marconi operators, and then Smith had Boxhall recalculate it, and then he took it.
And then he took it.
The famous 41,
46, 50, 14.
Which we now know is about, I forget how many miles west of where she actually was.
Just a bit off, right? Yeah.
About 13 miles, maybe? Clock says 12:10.
My animation says 12:11. What are we gonna do? No. We're still at this point. We'll summarize the situation here at the Titanic's current location. I mean, she's stopped. Her engines are never going to start up again. She stopped after hitting an iceberg, and her boats are being swung out and ready to be filled, but the captain has not ordered them to be filled with women and children yet. The passengers have been aroused from their cabins, but they're reluctant to go out on deck because, one, it is cold outside. The temperature is around freezing or below freezing in the air, and you have steam from the boilers escaping from the tops of the funnels, and it is a very deafening noise. And so passengers who are already hesitant to go out onto the open decks because of these two factors, and because they are on Titanic herself, which is this unsinkable ship, because have created a vessel which has been proclaimed to be the safest, innovative piece of technology ever constructed. I think it's almost time, though, for one of the first wireless messages to be sent, requesting help, though.
Yes, at 12:15, which is in 2 minutes from now, Captain Smith will go into the wireless room and tell the wireless operators, both of whom, Harold Bride and Jack Phillips, are awake at this point. Yep, and I just saw the thing come on the screen.
Yep.
He tells them to prepare to send the first CQD.
Yep, that's it.
But to also hold off until he tells them specifically. And at 12 a.m., both Quartermaster Hitchens and Bruce Ismay hear Captain Smith give the order to get the boats out and have the passengers mustered.
Now, as they're a quick thing about as they're preparing the lifeboats, this is as we said earlier, it's a very complicated process, and there's quite a few steps. So, for example, you had to prepare all the equipment in the lifeboats. You had to kind of get all the oars out. You had to get the covers off. The covers would have had all these little clamps and stuff that you had to remove, tie downs and stuff. There were chains that held the boats to the deck. You had to undo those. There were chocks that held up the boats over the deck. You had to undo those, hinge them down. You had to get all the ropes in place. You had to pull the boats up a little bit. You had to swing them out. You had to do all the cranking on the davits. And those things moved very slowly. Most of the boats, you had to move railings. And you had to send people to go get provisions and lanterns, which I believe, despite what we show in Demo 401, we actually now believe that stuff was kept aft, somewhere aft on the boat deck.
I think they were under the fourth funnel now.
Oh boy.
Oh, Kyle, I have to mute you for a minute, or I have to mute us all, because we have one of the first pieces of music playing, and I want us all to listen to it while it plays. All right, Kyle, let's go. Let's discuss back the lifeboats. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Just want everyone to
Yeah.
enjoy the music for a little bit.
Yeah, we went through a great effort to get this music, so it is very lovely.
It's by a wonderful composer whose name I'm going to totally ruin, but it's from Eej. Oh, I never actually asked him how to pronounce his name, but that's okay because my name is terrible. It's too unclear. From Eej Erd. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Eej.
I believe it's Erdogan. It's like
Erdogan.
the French Turkey.
He's from Turkey. Yes, Eej Erdogan. And there's going to be a lot more tracks that I hope he creates for Project 401 and for Titanic Honor and Glory. And I'm excited for you all to hear them as they come up and he creates them. So yeah, and a lot of super rare tracks too that are from Titanic's and the White Star Line songbook that haven't been heard in, I think, over 100 years. So stay tuned for that, everybody.
I'm very interested to hear that.
Yeah, I am too. He's excited too.
We love our music. And I imagine the crew did too, as they were getting these lifeboats ready.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they would have had to go all over the place to gather these supplies. All the lifeboats also had these plugs in the bottoms. And, so the rainwater and stuff would drain out. And later on, when some of the boats were lowered, they found that they forgot to put these plugs in. A couple of the boats started flooding a bit, and they had to rush to get the plugs in. And
I believe that when in boat number 6, when Arthur Puchen got down into the boat, that was one of the things that Quartermaster Hitchens said to him: make sure the plug's in.
Yeah. And of course, the design called for lifeboats to be lowered down to A deck to be loaded. But of course, on Titanic, that would prove challenging, particularly forward. So
it would really mess up the filling
Number
of lifeboat
4.
4. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4 was lowered down to A deck, and then it was sitting there for quite some time while they waited for a crewman to go fetch a key that was needed to open the windows on A deck.
It was one of the last. Was it one of the last boats to finally be launched?
A 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4
I
was.
think it was very late.
It was very late. Yeah, I think it was the second to last boat on the port side. Correct me if I'm wrong. Later on, I don't. If only we had Mr. Halpern here, he would tell us right away. I think it was the second to last boat on the starboard side.
Yeah,
Sorry, port side.
I
Excuse
think
me.
so.
I think so.
Port side.
Port side. Yeah. Yeah, because I think it went on the port side from last 10-4-D. How do I randomly know that? But yeah, 10-4-D.
And it's right around now. Just said 12:21 on the screen. It's right around now that Thomas Andrews was seen by a couple of people running up basically the forward grand staircase to the bridge. He was observed by William Sloper and Anna Warren, and apparently taking the steps 3 at a time.
I think you're gonna see that pop up on the screen though in like a moment or so.
Oh,
Yeah.
I jumped the gun.
That's okay. You're allowed to do that. It's fine. You're allowed to do that. But yeah, I mean, James, you gave James some feedback on his historical. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is, everybody. Thomas Andrews has seen all he needs. He is spotted briskly making his way to the bridge. Now we didn't write down that he
was
taking 3 steps at a time up the grand staircase, but I could imagine. I could imagine him needing to do that. So yeah. I do think we have the sloper quote.
One can only imagine what it was what it must have been like for him to have that realization that things were that bad, and just the horror he must have felt.
Right. He knows this. It should go without saying that he knows the situation, the whole situation, from the fact that how long the ship has, the number of boats, and he possibly knows how many passengers and crew are on board. So he has he has the whole perspective. He has the whole understanding of what's going to happen and when it's going to happen in his mind. So the only variable he has now is when he can have the evacuation begin and how long until he can get half the passengers off. And it seems like it all relies on him to get that message to the bridge so that it can begin. So him taking 3 steps at a time up the grand staircase, sprinting to the bridge to tell the captain to evacuate now, is gosh, he was probably doing everything he possibly could at that point. It's a very scary situation when you try to put yourself in the mind of some of the passengers and crew.
Now it's around this time, I believe, around 12:25, when there's the a meeting at least between Smith and Andrews on the bridge, and Andrews essentially tells Smith that the first 6 compartments were breached, though the 6th one, I don't think we discussed the damage really. So basically, the forepeak tank was breached. The two, some of the forward cargo compartments, boiler room 6, and boiler room 5.
I think it's 2 feet or so into that coal bunker in the forward end
Yes.
of boiler room 5.
Yeah, so the forward end of boiler room 5, a couple of feet into the coal bunker, the very same coal bunker where there was that fire, that coal fire earlier in the voyage. I guess that would have been convenient if it was still going. But yeah, there was a very small breach into boiler room 5. However, the pumps were able to keep ahead for that area. So boiler room 5 stayed dry for a while yet. Unfortunately, the 5 compartments were more than enough to take the ship down. And that was basically the point of Andrews when he tells the captain around this time that these 5 compartments flooding are going to lead to the water spilling over the bulkheads, and that the ship cannot survive this scenario. Because there were a number of scenarios. They even had these plans put together for the different combinations of compartments for the ship that could be flooded for the ship to still stay afloat. Most of the combinations were 2 compartments. You'll hear that Titanic was rated for 2 compartment flooding. That's apparently a very common thing. But there were other scenarios where you could have up to 4 compartments, such as the ones all the way forward, I believe aft, and also a combination of compartments in the middle of the ship, such as the engine room. And unfortunately,
they
none
hadn't
of them
taken into account that side swipe, that long side swipe kind of collision that could open up
Yeah.
a whole stretch of the ship.
Yeah, they never would have been. I mean, 4 would have been unthinkable. The 5 compartments, 6, absolutely absurd. So, yeah, there was no scenario where this could survive. It was just doomed. And Smith was told that, essentially. And Andrews calculated the Titanic maybe had about an hour and a half. And, yeah, from that point on, Smith, I believe he knew what he had to do, and that's more or less when he gave the order to put women and children into the lifeboats. And this was overheard, I believe, by John Poindexter.
Yes. who had just come up from E-Deck, where the wooden bulkheads in their sleeping quarters had given way.
It collapsed from water.
And the first distress signals are now going out. The first stations to hear this signal, Cape Race heard it at 10:25 Eastern time. I think Frankfurt was also one of the first ships to hear it, but they missed the beginning of the transmission. They didn't hear the CQD, and the operator aboard the Frankfurt seemed to think that it was merely what they called it's not a time rush. I'm forgetting the exact term off the top of my head, but it was sort of like, here, the ship identified themselves, they gave their position, and the other ship would do the same in response. So
Right, they didn't understand.
Frankfurt's operator went off to the bridge and sort of took his time about it because he didn't realize the severity or seriousness of the situation. And I believe Mount Temple also heard their call, but the Titanic could not hear the Mount Temple's response due to probably, is the steam still escaping overhead?
It is still escaping.
Yeah. And I think they actually, the Mount Temple's operator noted in his logs that Titanic could not hear him.
Should be noted that Mount Temple is on the other side of the ice field that Titanic had just entered, I believe.
Yes.
For further discussions later, I probably won't even bring it up. But yeah, I believe Mount Temple. Does she try to reach Titanic later on in the night, or does she not? Does she decide it's...
No, she was en route. She was. If I could pull up, I have to pull up a map. But she was en route, and I think
she's
she
closer.
came across the ice field.
Yeah, she did. That I remember.
Yeah. She came upon the ice field, and they sort of came to a stop because the captain of the Mount Temple had, I think, about 1,400 passengers aboard her.
And it became dangerous, did it not?
Yeah. And that's the unfortunate thing about that, is the captain of Mount Temple kind of had to make this decision. Do we press through the ice field to try and get to Titanic and risk the lives of of Mount Temple's passengers, or do they wait for conditions to improve or it to become daylight and continue to work their way through?
Carpathia, which we'll get the distress call shortly, even though she's further away, she's coming from the southeast, I want to say, from memory. And the ice field is not in that direction whatsoever, so she doesn't have to worry so much about the intensity of the float ice, all the icebergs. She did see some ice, but she doesn't have to steam through as much danger as, for example, Mount Temple, or even if Californian, for instance, had seen the messages, got her engines started up immediately, and pressed on through the ice field, perhaps, which is another big topic of debate, perhaps, if she was able to get there in time, all things considered, with the ice and the amount of delay that would happen with her boilers being cold.
Now, I'm not sure if her boilers were exactly cold. I seem to recall that that Lord might have left some orders to keep some steam on in case they had to start moving again.
Hmm.
Uh, it's been a little bit since I've looked at
I've
the notes
never
for California.
looked into the Californian, so
I imagine they would have needed to keep
well,
some
obviously
boilers going
for
for power.
power, yes, but as I know that you don't need to have all your boilers on for power, but I don't know how Californian's not that large of a vessel, so I imagine she
No.
doesn't have that many boilers to begin with.
I think she only had maybe 1 or 2 boiler rooms max.
Yes.
A much smaller ship than even Carpathia. I
She
think.
was, right? I will be honest, I haven't read a book about California in a very long time.
A couple of
I
side
highly
notes.
recommend Samuel Halpern's book on the subject.
I do own it, however, I have not read that one.
It can. I know it's very technical at times,
Yes.
but it is the evidence that he presents in that book is very compelling.
We are mentioning once again Samuel Halpern book. If you can remember the exact name of it,
I believe it's Strangers on the Horizon.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Strangers on the Horizon.
I'm actually staring at it right now from across the room.
Now, Kyle, what were you saying a second ago? Sorry.
A couple of side notes. I'm not sure if we discussed. First is around the time the lifeboats were starting to be loaded, there was the women and children first thing that was in place.
Perfect thing to bring up. Good.
So, at the time, it was a common idea. You have an emergency, you ensure the safety of the women and children. You know, this idea that children and women were, the more vulnerable, less strong, and so on and so forth. So they needed to get priority when they were to be saved. Ironically, this was something that didn't pan out in quite a few sinkings. There are a number of disasters where it's like every single woman and child on board died, and I believe the Atlantic was pretty bad when it came to that. And there were a couple of others, I think. But the idea is that if you were, so it wasn't like an absolute rule. It wasn't women and children only get into the lifeboats. It was women and children first. The ideal way you would put this in practice is if you have a group of people at a lifeboat, you have you have men, women, and children. You just say, okay, I'm going to load up the boat. Women and children get in the boat first, and then you put the men in. So maybe you have a family. Women and children from the family get in the boat, and then the father gets in. And there was different interpretations of how to actually do this role from different officers. Like on the port side lifeboats forward, Lightoller had a very strict no men policy. No men at all. Women and children, but no, the men had to stay on, even if there were no other women or children present. But on the starboard side forward, Murdoch, he was fine putting the women and children in first, and then he allowed men in. And yeah, there was just a wildly different interpretations, and that resulted in different outcomes depending on what boats you were getting in and what officers were loading those boats.
Yep. And one thing that David said earlier is, I think we all mentioned earlier a little bit, is the seriousness of the situation in the beginning makes it harder for the boats to be filled, too. So on the starboard side, where it's women and children first, and then men are put in, versus the port side where it's women and children only, and then no men are put in, then the boats are lowered. You have in the beginning of the tragedy as it's unfolding, the ship still looks pretty sound. Nothing is dramatically happening. The ship's just listing in a little bit. The trim's off slightly. It just seems like something might be off. passengers think they're going to come back after they're being rowed out. They don't want to go in these boats, etc. It's cold. Later on during the nights, they want to get into these boats, and then that's when the chaos starts. So it's hard to get passengers to be convinced to get into these lifeboats too, let alone women at all. And then you get women who don't want to be separated from their husbands. So on one side of the ship, husbands are allowed in with their wives, so you have more who might want to get into the boats, while on the port side, Lightteller was very hesitant to even allow young male passengers to get in the boats. 13-year-old boys, for instance. I think it was
Arthur Ryerson.
Yeah, Arthur Ryerson, he was 13 or 12.
I believe the line goes he's only 13.
He's only 13. Of course he can go. And I think after that, Lightteller said blasted no more boys, at least in one of the Titanic movies. So he has a completely different perspective on who was allowed in these lifeboats until all the women and children go first. And this is back when, the age of when a boy becomes a man is different. And if you read Titanic passenger and crew logs, or manifests, you'll see a very different point of when somebody is considered an adult, which I find very interesting too.
Especially when you consider like Jack Thayer, who was 17 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But even that was considered too old.
Yep.
To enter the boats.
You consider basically you consider him an adult. If we always say that no second-class children perished on Titanic, but I believe there are passengers under the age of 18 in second class who did die. I think.
I don't have those.
I want to believe I don't quote me on it, but I believe I noted that and thought that's not right then. But back then in 1912, once you hit like the age of 16, you're considered an adult. So you get your big boy trousers and you move on with your life, more or less. Watch Titanic 1953.
That was the story. I think Frank Goldsmith. He talked about someone they were traveling with who had just gotten his.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
And who stayed behind
with the men.
With the men.
Right. Now, as we watch lifeboats being lowered in our animation, I want to point out here another one of the little notes of the animation disclaimers, I want to say, before we get into the fine details. We note that the lifeboat lowerings, we say that it's around this time the lifeboats are lowered, because our animation can't exactly sync up perfectly when the generally accepted times for the lifeboats are lowered, for a couple of reasons. One, because we believe it's impossible to say that the lifeboats, regardless of how much research goes into it, that lifeboats were lowered at perfectly at like at 1250x time, etc. And two, when Jack created this animation, the main researchers who worked on it, and I was part of that like trio, gave him a bunch of stuff all the time saying, Jack, do this, Jack, do this. And then right afterwards, there was new information that was given freely to everybody by Samuel Halpern, which would have helped him a great deal, but unfortunately we were a week too soon, and for the next year's anniversary we hope to implement that. And then so while editing this entire animation, we tried to move things around to sync it up, and you're going to see how we hid a couple of boats to try to sync with Sam's timeline, but it's kind of fuzzy. But
I think anything like that can be forgiven. Any kind of like slight differences in times, or I mean, as we said, the field of Titanic study is ever evolving.
It's true, yes. We hope that, yeah, we hope that you can forgive us for the couple of things, especially when it comes to the boats. It's such a headache, and it's very difficult to take research that's especially in text form and transform it into 3D, into something like this. It's hard enough to recreate a room in 3D, in a 3D space. I speak from experience doing that. I can't imagine doing it in creating an entire sinking ship. And now 2 people on the team have done it, and I have no idea how they've done it. So, um, Kyle, you
Um,
can try to explain that if you want to. I don't even know if you want to say the process, but
I I don't even. You just do it, kind of.
yeah. So yes.
You kind of inherently understand it, like how to do certain movements and stuff. And although Jack is much better at a lot of this than I was, I will say that. And the results speak for themselves. And given more time and effort and feedback, I think it could be incredible. But of course, never perfect. Did we discuss the CQD? First CQD has been sent out for a while now.
It had
Did
it.
we discuss? Did we discuss what that means? What's the CQD?
You guys go ahead and discuss it.
I don't think we did. I know
Yeah.
CQ was CQD was a Marconi
Yeah.
specific wireless. Code.
Yeah, I've got a thing here. So
CQ I think was I'll
it
let you.
means so yeah. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. There's a common myth about CQD that means come quickly distress, but that's not true. CQ was a standard wireless code to get the attention of all stations. CQ essentially means all stations, and the D means distress. So CQD meant all stations, distress. And it was a very simple way of just telling everyone who's listening that you are having a problem.
And it was, even though it was a Marconi specific code, it was so well known throughout the wireless telegraph world that it didn't matter what company, if you were with Telefunken in Germany or if you were British Marconi, American Marconi. It was one of those things that everybody just recognized as this is the distress call. But as we see in this disaster, the SOS code had also been introduced by this point, but it hadn't been as widely adopted, I don't think, by at least maybe the Marconi operators.
There's another form of distress that is utilized soon, just to foreshadow something that's going to explode. Just to let everybody know, but that's all.
And this is, we're seeing boat number 5. I
Oh, there it
believe, right
goes.
now. Oh. In a, I guess, what could be considered a vain attempt to get the attention of that ship on the horizon.
Now, the reason the lifeboat, we were already kind of past that, but earlier you saw the lifeboat kind of, one of the lifeboats doing this thing where it was leaning on one side, and that's because when they're lowering the lifeboats, they're essentially just letting out a bunch of rope, right? You've got guys on either davit, they're feeding rope through the davits, and through the series of pulleys and stuff, it translates into, the boat just lowering down slowly. And it's very easy, if you're not careful, to just kind of let one side or the other slip, if your guys aren't synced up in how fast they're doing it. So that's why you have, like, the officer up there going left and right together, left only, or this, And of course, we have our classic interior sinkings, the E-deck corridor.
Which that's right outside of where Molly Brown, Margaret Brown's.
Oh, you said it.
I know.
Yep.
Oh, you
Margaret.
said Molly. Oh, no, you're fired.
Oh no.
I apologize.
That's okay. Kidding.
Molly's story is interesting because, of course, when after the collision, she said that she saw people in the corridor outside her room putting these augers into the floor and talking about closing the watertight doors, and that's how I believe it was Daniel Clistener. He went through that testimony. He wrote an article about. It's basically how we know now what cabin she was in, because she could only be in that area, in a cabin in that one little branching corridor, to see that. Nowhere else. Because she also had a cabin on the side of the, with portholes. I mean, all those cabins did, including Bibby cabins, but hers would have been particularly,
Bibby cabins. That didn't work that well, according to a couple of people. Like
Bibby cabins, by the way, are these. So you had you had cabins stacked on the outside of the ship in a lot of areas, and you'd have one cabin that's right on the side of the ship, and one cabin that's in kind of an inside cabin, but there was a thin, narrow corridor section that extended out to the side of the hull to give that cabin one porthole for ventilation and light. That's what a bibby is.
That is a Bibby, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you really definitely do for the light aspect, because I when I've cruised before, I've cruised in interior cabins because I'm cheap, and you appreciate sunlight more than anything else, I'll tell you that much. And Molly Brown had cabin E23, and we were right outside E23. And that starboard corridor flooded relatively, I don't want to say relatively early, but there was a couple of accounts. There was a steward who went down the grand staircase because, was he a Turkish bath steward? He had his quarters down on F deck by the grand staircase, didn't he? Was Ray?
Steward Wheat was one of them.
Wheat. It's ironically, I have a book open and his name is literally right there. Yes, it was Wheat. He noticed that the water was flooding his area of the ship on F deck down by the grand staircase, not from F deck, as we read right there on the infographic, but from the deck above, from E deck. It was flowing down the grand staircase to F deck, which meant it was flooding over the watertight compartments, watertight bulkhead, and into his watertight compartment. So it was essentially doing what Thomas Andrews told the captain it was going to do. It's spilling over the top of the watertight bulkhead at E deck.
Now, has the water reached Scotland Road at this point?
I believe yes. I think all points to yes, to a degree, but not to the seriousness that it would start coming under the door and cause a serious issue. We just have the steam escape for the last time through the funnels. It's interesting that the flooding of E deck on the starboard side happened first, and then we would have the port list later once that long expanse of corridor known as Scotland Road happened later. That completely long unblocked corridor flooded, and that's what created that port list, really. Not an open door, which we, in this new animation, everybody, watch out, everybody. This new animation, we've closed the door. We've had the door closed after it was opened, because some of the lifeboats were lowered by officers, and those lifeboats lowered right by that door, and nobody saw the door opened. But I think that they would have noticed an open gangway door as their lifeboat was lowered next to it, since a lot of passengers, as their lifeboat was lowered by the side of Titanic, looked into portholes that were flooding and noted them later. I think Margaret Brown, who we were just talking about, noted that she saw an open porthole that was flooding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And so did Emily Ryerson. She saw a window that was flooding as her boat was being lowered. So if one of these lifeboats, which were on the port side, had lowered next to that gangway door that was indeed ordered to be opened, and the door was still open at that time, they would have indeed noticed it and had remarked about it, and they did not. So perhaps the door was opened at one point, or they were ordered to go open it. They were not successful. Or perhaps they unhinged part of it. The ship sank. The bow hit the bottom of the ocean floor, and that's a big impact, and it caused the door to then open afterwards, because it is open, or was open at the bottom of the seafloor, along with the sliding gates inside. It's almost coming up on 1 a.m. on April 15th, 1912. Even though the steam has stopped escaping, it's still cold out, and the ship still seems relatively safe, does it not?
Yeah, I was actually gonna say something earlier. Something occurred to me that probably for a lot of passengers, it wasn't until they were in those lifeboats and
Mm,
in the water that and get moving away from the ship that they could really start to see how far down in the water she had settled at the forward end.
right.
Because if you're standing on the boat deck and you look down, you can't really see the side of the ship probably too well.
Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective. I think it was it Ava Hart who I know she was a young girl, but she still said later on in interviews that she didn't realize it until she was in the lifeboat, like you said later on, that she noticed that the ship would sink away from the ship, because she could look back and see that it was already so down. I mean, right here, if we're looking at it, we can see that D-deck first class, the cabins there underneath boats 3 and 1 are being submerged.
But the folks all in the well deck aren't submerged yet.
No.
So as far as everybody can see, at least from a visual standpoint, the ship seems all right.
Yes.
She might be settling, but they have no reason yet to think that she's going to founder.
Right. And again, I want to point out, as I mentioned a while ago now, that it's for the sake of being able to see what's happening during this event, we've upped the brightness a little bit. Again, it's something that has to occur for these, in our opinion, has to occur for these animations and these recreations, so that the audience can see everything that's going on. Otherwise, if it was like it really was, and you were trying to use your unattuned night vision, quote unquote, it would be more saturated and dim. Yes, it would be a lot more dim. But we don't have any additional lights. We don't have, our funnels are not lit up or anything like that. If we have lights bouncing off the smokestacks, for instance, that's a light that's just coming off of one of the natural sources of one of the sources from Titanic, such as the skylights from the grand staircase, or the aft grand staircase, or a casing or something like that,
or the or any like skylights.
Eventually, we're going to try to figure out, and I know some of us on the team are doing so. Some of the researchers are, which cabins and which rooms should be illuminated at this point during the sinking, and that's always a fun topic of discussion. Which cabins would be on. Uh, for example, right there, the cargo hatch number 1, the lights are on. Um, but I don't think they should be on in reality, probably, especially for the sake of the men in the crow's nest. They probably aren't on. Um,
Yeah.
the ship was probably really, really dark, and um, I know I told, which is the nice thing about this dollhouse model, as we named it. You can, and what Kyle said earlier, is you can turn off rooms. Can you turn off every room if you need to, Kyle, like individually?
Not in the current state of the model, no, but it would be possible technically if it's reshuffled a bit.
That's cool, because I know I told Jack, who is the one who created this animation. Again, bravo to Jack for doing something incredible like that. I told him to turn off the lounge lights at a certain time, whenever the stewards kicked out everybody in the lounge and extinguished the lights. I said, Jack, turn off the lounge lights, and he did so. I was like, thanks, Jack, good job. Um, and that was pretty cool of him. So yeah, there's things like that that are neat, and you can turn on other lights. Like, for example, we could probably, in a future animation, have cabin lights turn on one by one after the ship hits the iceberg and the engines turn off. Right here, we had Lifeboat 8 lowered. In Sam's newest lifeboat launch schedule, I'll call it, it seems that Lifeboat 6 is lowered before, is it 6? 6 is lowered before 8. So that's one of the newest things that Sam Halpern has released. And of course, we couldn't go back and change the animation beforehand, but we definitely made sure to note of that in the video that is being released later on afterwards. That 6 was probably six was probably launched before 8, and 8 was probably launched after Lifeboat 6. But we couldn't show that here because you're going to later see Lifeboat 6 being lowered, and the lifeboat falls for 8 are already down next to it, and it would have just not made any sense and looked wrong. So we kept it the way it was. The lounge was not open throughout the entire sinking. At one point during the night, the stewards came through and kicked out everybody who was in the first class lounge. I think was it Edith Russell who was in the lounge, and they were like, get out of here.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
I always, if there's one passenger who I always associate with the lounge, it's for some reason it's Edith Russell. I don't know why. I always just I always picture Edith Russell in the lounge playing cards. It's her. I feel like whenever I watch one of her interviews or read her stories, she's talking about how she was in the first class lounge. Edith Russell was a first class passenger, a fashionista, if you will. No, she was a fashion designer, and I believe, more or less. And I'm probably ruining what she really was. She was had a cabin on A deck forward, and she had a lot of clothes with her in trunks. But one of the things that she was doing on the night of the disaster, when the iceberg hit, oh gosh, what was she doing? She was in her cabin. I think her cabin was on A deck, starboard side, right by, adjacent to the side of the ship, and so she could have seen the iceberg but didn't. She missed it, and then she had to go and lock her cabin because she didn't trust the stewards. So she went back and locked her cabin before she went to go to the lifeboats. And she also had to make sure to go and get her lucky, this is a famous story, her lucky pig that she kept with her. the Lucky Pig, which when you wound it up, it played a little tune, which would later keep children in the lifeboat with her entertained and occupied to not look at the sinking ship.
I don't remember if I read this or not, but I think in A Night to Remember, did they actually use the actual pig
I
that
know
belonged?
for a fact that the pig was on set. I'm pretty sure
Okay.
that was a weird phrase I just said.
Yeah.
I've never said that before in my life, but I have the making of book, and I've now left my computer, everybody, to find this book, and I'm gonna figure this out. So this is important to me because I want to know now too.
I'm pretty sure it was, but don't quote me on that.
I know that Edith Russell, by that time, she had married and uh, her name had changed, but she was on set, and I believe there's a photograph of her presenting. This is another weird statement. Presenting the pig to the actress who portrayed her in the motion picture, and I think she used the same pig. I remember when we traveled to England, and I thought the pig was on display at a museum. I searched throughout that entire museum for that darn pig, and I couldn't find it. And then I found out that the pig wasn't on display. I was very upset.
Just a little bit of a detour here.
Go ahead.
Uh,
We're tangenting.
I was I was actually away for a couple of minutes. So, did we discuss some of the stories from the loading of the lifeboats up to this point?
No, please do. The only one we discussed so far was Edith Russell, and she hasn't even left the ship.
No, we haven't even talked about Guggenheim.
Oh well, okay. You can talk. Everyone can talk about Guggenheim.
Oh yeah. So yeah, obviously by between about 12:30 to 1, people started just kind of, trickling into the boats. And, you had people like Isidore and Ida Strauss, where they said, no, I will not be separated from my husband, and as we had lived, we will die together, that kind of thing. And, Isidore didn't want to get into the lifeboat, and because he would have felt bad about getting on board when others might not be granted that privilege. So they stayed on the ship. There's a little disagreement about where the Strausses went after they refused the lifeboat. I believe one idea is that they just took chairs on a deck and just kind of just sat around on deck,
Right.
possibly on the boat deck or something like that. And yeah, so yeah, but by on the starboard side, somewhere around 12:40, Murdoch was loading boat 7, and he had a hard time getting people into the boat. And then they didn't take the situation seriously, and everyone just kind of thought it was a joke. And Stewart Henry Etches, this is the interesting one, because he was helping with boat 7, and that's when he noticed Benjamin Guggenheim and his valet Victor Giglio, and they were dressed in their evening wear, which is an odd thing. And your evening night clothes, you know that thing where it's like a tux, very fancy. And then that's when Etches asked, what's this for? And Guggenheim said, we've dressed up in our best and are prepared to go down as gentlemen. And he then told Etches that if anything should happen to me, tell my wife in New York that I've done my best in doing my duty. And then he left to help passengers, and that's apparently kind of the story of the night. Apparently, Guggenheim did this multiple times, at least twice that we know of, where he stopped another steward and he said something similar. This steward apparently claimed that he said, I played the game straight to the end, and that no women were left on board this ship because Ben Guggenheim was a coward. Tell her that my last thoughts will be of her and our girls. And he supposedly lit a cigar and sauntered off to help with the boats. And that's just I think that's kind of one of my favorite stories from the sinking, because it's just so weird. This is joked about before, that the idea that Guggenheim was just walking from steward to steward giving his last will and testament, and I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know how much of this is true. I doubt these are exact quotes, but it kind of seems like a thing he'd do. I don't know. But he's quite a character.
I have a quick update on Edith Russell. Of course, back then, her last name was Edith Rosenbaum. I forgot about that. I knew that, but I forgot. Thank you, by the way. This comes from a friend. She changed her name later on in life. She wasn't married, but she had changed her name to Edith Russell. And she was a journalist and stylist, not a designer. And the pig in A Night to Remember was a replica, but she had the pig for a publicity photograph. And I did find the book, and the pig in the movie is different from the pig in the publicity photograph. So yeah, they didn't use the pig in the movie, but
Yes. Legends that got passed down.
Right, but this is definitely the same pig that she had on Titanic, and she's just showing the actress the pig. But yeah, again, thank you for the update on the info about Miss Rosenbaum. So yeah, everybody who loves the story of Edith, her name back in 1912, she was Edith Rosenbaum, and by a certain point, she changed her name to Edith Russell. Not through marriage.
Now, a quick detour back to the boats is it was at this point also that Ismay appeared on deck. He was in his pajama robe and slippers.
Bruce Ismay being the managing director of the White Star Line.
Yes. And Ismay was just up there on deck. He was kind of annoying third officer Pittman to get the women and children in the boats. There's no time to lose. And Pittman dismissed him at first because he didn't realize it was Ismay, who's technically his employer.
If I could interject real quick, I believe that was actually Fifth Officer Lowe.
Really?
That had the interaction with.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I know there were probably like multiple people that interacted with him, so it's hard to say. But I know Ismay. It's kind of a classic. There's a lot of depictions of Ismay that are questionable, but I think the one that's probably accurate is that he was just kind of annoying. He was on deck and he was just. But it's the thing where it's like you can't blame him. He's the owner of the ship, and the thing is, people always talk about people would talk about Ismay like he's some kind of evil guy, but from all accounts, he was a really nice guy. He really cared about his ship and the people on it, and I think he was just in panic. Like, he knew it was going to go down, and he didn't know what else to do, so he just kind of.
He could very well have been one of the only people besides Captain Smith and Thomas Andrews to really understand how bad things were early on.
Right. He was not, however, by many accounts, a mustache twirling villain as often depicted in motion pictures, nor a cowardly victim or cowardly villain rather.
That depiction very much comes from in a large part, I think, more the American press than the British press of the time, and it especially was that image of Ismay as kind of the mustache twirling villain came from the newspapers owned by William Randolph Hearst, who kind of went out of their way to paint Ismay in this villain-esque role by dubbing him J. Brute Ismay in their reporting. I forget how soon after the sinking. I know they were referring to him as J. Brute Ismay even before the Carpathia arrived in New York with the passengers.
Speaking of painting people in a bad light, perhaps,
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah,
searching for a scapegoat.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the classic thing in Titanic where you got to blame someone or something that continues even to the present day.
Not to go off on I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent about Californian, but it kind of, I don't even know if you can directly say Lord alone was at fault. The officers on the bridge who were standing, it was one of those situations where afterwards they were kind of like, the Lord said said something along the lines, if it was so important, why didn't they come down to get me to come up on deck? And the officers on the bridge were more of the opinion that they told Lord, and Lord should have told them that it was a serious situation. It was something where there was a disconnect between Lord and his officers. And it's unfortunate that nobody took the initiative, it seemed.
Right.
To investigate. And Titanic, it's interesting because Cape Race, earlier in the evening, I forget what time, I have it, I know I have it here somewhere, but they actually heard Titanic signal Californian at one point during the sinking. And they never received a response, obviously, because the wireless operator was asleep. But they, I guess, because of the famous interaction at around 11 o'clock when Californian sort of barges in, I guess at some point Phillips must have thought, well, let me try Californian. They really loud in the headset, and the volume that they come in on the headset kind of indicates proximity. But unfortunately, that call to Californian went unheard.
Mm-hmm. And as they say, the rest is history, and now and it's up to us to reflect on it, and unfortunately for them, we still give our opinions on their decisions. The song that was playing, by the way, everybody, I don't know if it's still playing. I don't have the sound on for the animation. Was for the Americans out there, because here in America it's much different than the United Kingdom. It is. Please load, Excel. It's to the land of hope and glory, which is not what it is in the United States. That is, in here in the United States, it's pomp and circumstance. But in the UK, it's the land of hope and glory. Titanic's band, at one point in the night, turned to patriotic music. They switched from early on waltzes, comedy, pieces of music from comedy and ragtime. Things that would keep the passengers entertained, calm, just relaxed. Things that they would play at dinner, perhaps. They switched to these songs to kind of get them not riled up, but to get them more optimistic to the situation. So they played not just the theme of Great Britain, but the theme of the United States. They also played the Star-Spangled Banner around this time too, perhaps. So the two anthems of the countries that they were going to the United Kingdom, the United States were played, they would switch between this, and soon they would have a more serious tone. As we don't have it, we didn't have this track ready yet, but Londonderry Air or Oh Danny Boy was heard as well. They would soon be switching to more serious songs, more somber songs, as the seriousness of the situation was starting to be seen by everybody on board. And the lifeboats were also being witnessed to be getting fewer and fewer and fewer.
We're a little bit behind in talking about maybe a few other things, such as the flooding around the ship. So I just want to make a quick note that in about between 12:45 to 12:55, there were a few things happening around the ship. Like around 12:45, there were crewmen who had ordered watertight doors open after the engine room. There was no flooding there, and they wanted to run suction pipes through the doorways. And in Boiler Room 5, they were still trying to fight the flooding and draw fires in the boiler rooms. Uh, the fires are out pretty much by 12:55 a.m., and most of the men left the stokeholds. But leading fireman Barrett had stayed behind to continue his work. And around that time, I believe it was when Barrett had ordered a manhole plate in the stokehold floor lifted to grant access to some pump valves, because the plates in the boiler rooms had, some of them were portable. It was a raised floor, and there were valves and pipes under there. And the room was apparently a little bit hard to see in, and that's when junior assistant second engineer Shepard fell into the hole and broke his leg. They lifted him out and he got carried to a nearby pump room. I'm not sure what happened to him after that. I've heard that they got him up to a higher deck, but of course he wouldn't have survived either way. And water
it was around like 10. I think it was around 10 minutes ago, approximately, when the water finally came rushing through Boiler Room 5 and sort of
Yes, it was
forcing Barrett to flee. And that was, I think, from what I recall in one of the previous live streams, that was caused by that bunker door giving way, or there was a theory that was where the water came from.
And it was quite a bit ago that the first SOS went out, I believe.
Yes.
And there's kind of a funny moment behind that, because when they did that, it was Harold Bride essentially jokingly suggesting that they should use SOS because it's the new call and it may be your last chance to use it. And so he started using it.
But never ceasing to use CQD as well.
right.
And there was actually when there's a story from the station chief at Cape Race, Walter Gray, who knew Phillips from previous encounters. I think they were friends and went to school together, Marconi School. And he said that when he heard Phillips start to send SOS and CQD, he thought that was very, very wise on Phillips's part to send sort of the array of distress calls.
Interchanging them both together.
Yeah. He thought that was very smart of Phillips.
Have we talked about the quartermasters, particularly Roe?
Bro, no.
No.
We love the quartermasters, don't we? So, after 1 a.m., somewhere around there, Quartermaster Bright was asleep in his quarters, and he got awakened by the news that the ship was going down. And it was at that point he realized, oh no, I'm late in relieving Quartermaster Rowe. So, he got up and went and did his thing.
Where's Quartermaster Rowe? Where's his station?
Quartermaster Rowe was stationed all the way aft. on the poop deck on the docking bridge above the poop deck, and it wasn't until Bright went to relieve Roe, and they wonder what to do. Like basically, Roe, after the first rocket launched, Roe noticed a lifeboat in the water. He had no idea that any of this was happening. Like,
And he even saw the
what was
iceberg.
going on?
That's the
Yeah,
irony of this entire situation. He assumed the iceberg was the sail of a schooner or a small
Yeah.
sailing ship that they just passed by, and he basically thought, oh, that was close. Oh well.
yeah. So this poor guy, he's quite possibly one of, if not the last dude on the ship
Well,
who
that's one way of putting it, but yeah.
who found out that what was happening, that there was even an emergency really going on, let alone that it was sinking. And so he Roe, when he kind of got notified by Bride of all this, he called the bridge on the telephone that was on the docking bridge, and Boxall answered, and Roe said he saw a lifeboat, which caught him by surprise. And that's when Boxall ordered Roe and Bright to take rocket detonators that were for some reason in the stern and bring them to the bridge. And yeah,
But
that's the story of Roe.
but Roe, he would eventually, I believe all the quartermasters survived the sinking of Titanic, so his story doesn't end in tragedy, like so
Yeah,
many
He
others.
he ends up. I think he ends up in charge of
Collapsible
collapsible
at
sea.
sea, yeah.
Yes.
Which
So
would
he was.
launch, which would actually launch right there from that position. That forward set of davits is cranked in to is slowly getting collapsible C ready to be launched. So
Um, there were also other little things, like at some point, Lawrence Beasley was noticing the events unfolding, and the seriousness of the situation was dawning on him. And at another point, Jack Thayer, passed by Thomas Andrews, asked him what was happening, and he just said um, that the ship had not much over an hour to live, and there were still men in the smoking room, at least by 1 a.m. And including Colonel Archibald Gracie. He went down to his stateroom on sea deck to grab blankets, and he spotted a steward dragging a barrel of bread to the lifeboats. And he tried to get into his cabin. It was locked, and he asked a steward, who said it was due to the fear of looting. So by that time, there probably would have been quite a lot of locked cabins, if not all of them.
mhm. Because the stewards have the keys.
What time are we at now?
Uh,
125 approximately.
Okay.
Thank goodness for your watch.
My
I want to quickly take a moment to shout out to 1:26 a.m. right now. To shout out to our THG team members in our chat, basically keeping track of everything going on. I know Zeno's there, Jack's there. I didn't catch who else was in there keeping track. I know there's a bunch of researchers there who are also keeping track and answering some
I think
questions.
Robin's there.
Robin's there. I think I saw Matt there as well. For some reason, we have a bunch of famous singers in the chat, which I don't understand why, but that's okay. And I don't know why there's someone saying I don't know what. There's a Lalafell there. Or no, Lalafels aren't potatoes. So someone who plays Final Fantasy, that one just caught me off guard. But anyway, yeah. Thanks to everybody. Oh, Derek, there you are. Hi. You were like the first person here too in the chat earlier. So sorry, but it's been a long time since I saw you. But yeah.
I'm here too.
Oh my gosh. Who was that? Who?
It's none other than James Panka, creative director of Titanic, Honor and Glory,
Hey.
and Project 401.
Hey everybody. I totally did not mean to infiltrate the stream. My Wi-Fi is pretty bad, so I'm sorry if you can't hear me too well.
That's fine.
I just wanted to pop in because I'm watching the stream, and this is the first time I'm seeing it, um, and I just am blown away by Jack's work on this. It's the first time I'm seeing the text that I wrote on it. And Matt, I love all your additions that you have. Oh my God, like look at this shot. And I'm also like way behind, but the Titanic getting covered by water, Jesus, like this is beautiful, beautiful
Yeah,
work.
yeah, wasn't that a nice one he did? Yeah.
I'm just so like blown away by it. I have a
That
little like
that
I,
shot that you're gonna see real soon of the looking down the grand staircase. Well,
oh my gosh, look at that. No, I'm like legitimately blown away by all this. I have a group of friends on my Instagram live watching this with me, and they're all just like in awe of this. And I am too, because like again, I haven't seen this. So just like big kudos to Jack for this. This is incredible. And then of course, like Matt, Kyle, and everybody's work on this, like over the years to like get to this point where these everything looks like this. But Jack's work on this and Matt, your additions to the text are really helpful because like I didn't get to see the animation, so like all this stuff has been like all the little things that you've added were really great. So anyway, I just wanted to pop in and say hello and say that I'm really proud to be working on stuff like this with you guys.
Yeah, your text is bringing this to a whole new level, and I never got a chance to say that I had to trim a couple of things just to make everything
Yeah,
fit.
I
That's
noticed,
all.
and it's fine. Like
Okay.
all the edits are totally fine. Great.
Okay.
I should say, since I'm here, about the text that you guys are reading on this video, a lot of these text blurbs go back to the days of MySpace.
Oh my gosh.
I I have been posting real-time updates going back to whenever MySpace was still around. So like at least when I was in high school, so pre 2009, probably like 2007 might have been the first year that I posted real-time updates.
I
The
think
first
MySpace started in roughly 1974.
exactly. But so for years I just did text-based updates year by year, and they got more intricate as they went. A couple years ago we started doing like a live thing, but I'm so happy that they have found a home in like an actual thing. So um, some of these literally go back over a decade, which is pretty cool, almost 20 years old. So they're of course they've been edited like crazy and updated like crazy, but I'm so glad you guys are enjoying them because they've only ever been enjoyed by the 20 people who watch my live streams every year.
Yes, we definitely are.
So
And before you leave, quick shout out and saying congratulations for your presentation down in Florida
yes,
at the museum with RMST.
yeah. If anybody's in Florida, if anybody is near Orlando, or next time you're in Orlando, going to the Titanic Museum, the Titanic exhibit, I should say. Um, we now have a really cool 3D projected video of VDR visuals, like basically the things you're watching right now. In fact, this exact shot I think is in the museum now. We have when you walk into the museum, you watch a 4 minute clip. In fact, I made sure that it was exactly 4 minutes and 14 seconds long because I'm a crazy person, but as a shout out to April 14th, but it's a 4 minute and 14-second long video that gives you an intro to the museum before you walk in. But it's really cool, and we had a really great event yesterday and the speech went really well, and everybody was so sweet. So definitely go to the Orlando Museum, and I hope, we hope, RMST hopes as well, that we get these visuals into more of their venues, like in Vegas and whatnot. So hopefully, THG Project 401 visuals will be coming to a museum near you.
I've been waiting for you to say that for years.
All right, I'm going to enjoy the rest of this live stream. Sorry for interrupting. Uh, everybody have a great evening, and tomorrow I'm going to post on all of our socials, or at least some of them, a little snippet of the video that is playing at the Orlando Museum.
Awesome.
So keep an eye out for that. All right, guys, have a good night.
All right. Thanks, James. Take care.
Bye-bye.
And that was James Panka, our creative director of Titanic Honor and Glory, Project 401. It was nice to hear from him. Yeah, he had a busy couple of days down in Orlando, giving a presentation at Titanic, RMS Titanic, an event there, 2 days. So yeah, and he's in a hotel room somewhere in Florida. I'm not going to dox him, so his Wi-Fi was not possibly stable enough to join us tonight. But yeah, we missed a lot of stuff. Some of the craziest events of the night just happened at boat 14. So let's try to recap what just happened really quickly at boat 14.
Well,
if we can.
At boat 14, apparently a man tried to get in, and he was ordered out by an officer who fired his gun. Saying, "Stand back," I say, "Stand back." The next man who puts his foot in this boat, I will shoot him down like a dog. And it's at this point in the sinking that things are starting to crack. They're starting to fall apart, as Cal said. Not too severely, but that calm is starting to get really, really uneasy. People are starting to realize that something might be happening.
I would say so.
Especially with the well deck and the forecastle going under the water. You would think that at this point, seeing that,
it's a significant piece of real estate that has gone under.
Yeah. And boat 14
suddenly the front of the ship is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and boat 14 had just a lot going on. Like earlier even, the scene around the boat was getting really chaotic, and there were more men who tried to rush the boat. Able-bodied seaman Joseph Scarrett had to use a tiller from the lifeboat to push him back.
Yep.
And around sometime between, I guess, 1:15 to 1:30, it was also stewardess Violet Jessup got into lifeboat 14. And we all know about Jessup, of course, Titanic. She survived Titanic. She was on Olympic when that collided with the Hawk, and she would eventually be on Britannic. And not only would she be on Britannic and survive, she was, in a way, she was on a fourth boat that also sank. One of the lifeboats that got pulled into the propellers. She was the luckiest woman to ever live, quite possibly.
Well, maybe, yeah. Actually, I never considered it that she was on a fourth boat that sank, technically. But yeah, that's rough. So yeah. Now all these aft boats, they seem to be lowered pretty quickly in a succession right after each other. Within like the three aft on the port side and the three aft, almost the three aft on the starboard side are lowered within like 15 minutes of each other, roughly. I'm not looking exactly on Sam's timeline, but I think they are. So things are getting.
They're pretty close.
They're pretty close. I think they are. I think. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, but this is like the. And right now these boats, 11, 13, and 15 are pretty much the most significantly filled boats. Is it 15 or 13 that's going to be filled to capacity or over capacity?
13, both of them may have been over capacity, but I know 13 was very, very full.
Oh, it's 13 has 55. 55 according to Sam.
Oh.
I think.
Have we talked more about Edith Rosenbaum?
Oh, we talked a lot about her already.
Well,
she's on 11.
Yeah, she was in the lounge for a while, of course, and once she was on the boat deck, that Ismay had spotted her, and Ismay was a very excitable guy. I don't think I mentioned that, but that was one of his other personality traits. Is if he got into a panic or under stress or something, he'd get a bit excitable. He specifically saw Edith, and he was like, "You, what the devil are you doing here?" I thought all the women had left the ship, which is a strange thing to say. But yeah, that's when Ismay grabbed her and guided her up to lifeboat 11. She was hauled in. She was almost hauled into the boat by two men, but they put her down because she protested, and then she ran into Philip Bach, a
Oh
passenger,
yeah.
after he had put his sister into boat 11, and Mach convinced her to get on the boat, and he helped her over. And that's when a sailor grabbed the toy pig she was carrying and threw it into the boat. He apparently mistook it for a baby. So,
It was
uh,
dark on the deck.
and yeah. So, as boat 11 was about to be lowered, that's when they asked if there was anyone else nearby who wanted to get on, and that's when Mach got on board and they lowered away.
Boat, that's boat 13 coming down now,
By
and that
the
has that's in leading fireman Fred Barrett is in charge of that boat.
Now,
And
this is where things are about to kind of get crazy for these two boats. Um, you see that little thing of water coming out of the hull there? That is, I believe, the condenser.
discharge.
Yeah, condenser discharge. So the ship had a system where it cycled water. So the water would be pumped into the boilers, and it would get heated, of course, by the fires of the coal. This turned into steam. The steam would get pumped aft through pipes into the reciprocating engines. The steam would go through different cylinders, getting less and less sort of compressed, lower pressure. It would go through bigger pipes. Then the steam, after it went through the reciprocating engines, it went to the turbines, and then it went into these condensers, or it could have bypassed the turbines and went straight to the condensers. And what the condensers did is, well, they condensed it. They turned the steam back in the water by, I guess, just running the steam through like these kind of a matrix of things that had cold seawater pumped through them in high volume. And then once the steam was turned back in the water, it was pumped. That water was then pumped through a series of filters and heaters, and then went back to the boilers. So the condenser played a critical part in this system, and it was running still when this was happening, when Lifeboat 13 was going down. And when it hit the water, it came down near the condenser, and the condenser pushed the boat off until it caused 13 to drift underneath Lifeboat 14.
15.
Wait, which 15? Yes, 15. Lifeboat 15 as that was coming down. And this is when you get the thing where 13 is almost crushed by 15.
crushed under and sunk by 15 almost.
And if you think about how many people were in
These two
Lifeboat,
boats. I mean,
these
both
two boats,
both boats could have been sunk.
and that could have dramatically changed the number of people saved.
Do we want to talk about why the lifeboats weren't filled to capacity? There was
many reasons why, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of reasons. I think there's a combination of uncertainty about whether or not the davits could hold them, because these were relatively new davit designs. And yeah, there was just uncertainty about whether or not the boats could hold that many people. There's also the idea that they could lower the boats partially full to the water, and then they could load them further by rowing the boats up to a shell door or something. But that, of course, never happened.
Yeah, we're gonna actually hear Captain Smith later try to call the lifeboats, or some of the lifeboats, back to the ship to pick up passengers from the open gangway doors in an attempt to fill those lifeboats as a last-ditch attempt.
I can't even imagine how chaotic that might have been.
Actually going through with that.
They had actually tried to do that. Because then you would have people going back down into the ship and who knows? It's one of those things you can only conjecture.
Especially
Now it's
especially this late in the sinking.
Yeah.
after 1:30, things were getting really bad. Of course, it's 1:42, 1:43, I believe now.
Yeah,
somewhere
we're
around
gonna
there.
see how bad it is right now.
I'm still reacting to that sequence.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful in a very haunting way.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why the two sequences, the reception and dining room, look different, we just couldn't use new water with the reception sequence because that was so old. It couldn't be redone. So there's a few little things like that, but it's fine. So
It's a nice
yeah,
homage. Mhm.
yeah. By this point, things were really getting bad for Titanic. Obviously, the forecastle is well getting underwater, and anybody in the lifeboats could clearly see what was happening. And it would, fears were getting pretty big for those launching the boats. That there was this idea that they'd be sucked down if they didn't get far enough away from the ship. So there was this impetus for people in the boats to just row, 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 get away.
And there's
And
more and more access points for the water as the
yeah,
folks all in the well deck are going under because you have these cargo hatches.
and on top of that, you also just have portholes in
Yeah.
various places. Some of them were opened by passengers. Some of them were broken. I think a couple at least were broken. And it's been said that the total area opened by the iceberg was about 12 square feet. That's about the size of a regular doorway. And with every new open window, porthole, or door going underwater or hatch, you're just greatly increasing the areas where water is getting into the ship. And so also sometime by this point there was a steward named John Stewart the steward, who he was going through the first class smoking room to check for passengers, and he found Thomas Andrews there. That's where he was standing at the fireplace, looking at the Plymouth Harbor painting by Norman Wilkinson, and his lifeboat was nearby. And Stewart said, "Aren't you going to try for it, Mr. Andrews?" And he just didn't answer. So Stewart continued on. Although, obviously, Andrews was later seen on deck, so he almost certainly didn't stay in the smoke room and die there. A quick sidebar is that painting Plymouth Harbor by Norman Wilkinson would eventually go on to paint. So he painted the smoke room paintings on Olympic and Titanic, but he eventually went on in World War One to create and design the Dazzle paint schemes that were used on warships at that time, including Olympic. And so back to Titanic, things are just getting very uneasy for people. For example, at one point, third-class passengers Eugene Daly, Maggie Daly, and Bertha Mulvihill were making their way to the boat deck, and on their way up, Eugene had nearly fought with a man who, when he asked if they could have a life belt, because the man thought Eugene was taking it for himself, but he realized he was asking have the life jacket for Maggie. And later on, they went up to the aft well deck, and there were a bunch of third-class passengers who were gathered there, and they were prevented from going up to the upper decks because they had these gates. They weren't gates like in the movies or the Bostwick gates or anything like that, the collapsibles, but they were these low waist-high gates on at the tops of stairs on the exterior decks, and there were apparently crewmen there trying to keep them kind of aft. Hey, it's not your guys' turn yet, and so on and so forth. So a lot of people were forced to wait on the aft well deck.
The little Hitler syndrome.
Yeah, little Hitler syndrome. Eventually, the crewmen guarding the stairs relented, and they opened the gates and started letting them through. But for a while there, they were trying to keep them down. That's probably the one kernel of truth to the idea that the third-class passengers were kept down by gates, for that matter.
And there were some stewards that did go and organize groups of steerage passengers.
Yeah, like Stuart Hart, I believe, right?
Yep, Stuart Hart. He organized a few different groups before he was assigned to a lifeboat. I don't know how many trips he made taking them through the ship, because they had to go through a series of corridors.
Yeah, a convoluted pathway, right?
Yeah, it was not easy.
No, but he made the journey down and back up again a few times.
Yep.
And otherwise, organizing that many passengers in this ship, they did not have lifeboats in the third class decks, and I believe I've heard from one historian or one researcher say that third class passengers were somewhat just ignored to death, and there is a somewhat kernel of truth there, as Kyle said earlier. That at the end of the day, the first class has a section of deck that has lifeboats for them. Second class does too. Even the crew does. But third class, they're left to their own devices at that point.
I think it might have been, or one person who might have said that was might have been Don Lynch in the '94 A&E documentary, "The Neglected to Death."
I think you're right. Yeah, I remember that. I remember him saying that line too.
Quick note here. We're between 1:50 and 2 a.m. At this point, time is already quickly running out for Titanic. You know, the Wild Deck is already under. Forecastle's under. Uh, when was the last distress rocket
It
fired?
just fired.
Okay, so that one you just saw was the last one.
The last
fired
one.
by... That was
Fired by
by
our good friend Ro, who's just going to get into collapsible sea and as it gets launched.
Yeah. And it's kind of weird. He was the last guy to know the ship was sinking, and he was the last guy to try to let others know that the ship was sinking, in a way.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
And when Lifeboat 4 got to the water, passenger Emily Ryerson looked into windows on A deck. No, she figured A deck was about 20 feet above the water, although at this point it's way closer in the animation. And
Oh, her boat's already left. But yeah.
yeah, it's already left a while ago. And she had looked into windows and saw in portholes and saw water flooding into rooms with their lights on.
It'd be right where those
And
ropes are dangling, those portholes that are probably right where the numbers, right where the letters are for A and M, is where her boat was launched about,
Yeah.
or maybe the numbers, but yeah, that's where boat 4 went down, and she was in 4, the boat with all the millionaires' wives.
It was around this point also that we have many good friends on Titanic, and another one is Chief Baker Charles Jockin. He was down in his cabin sometime after 1:50, quote, having a drop of liquor. The guy loved his liquor. What can you say?
Who doesn't?
Jockin briefly met and spoke with the ship's surgeon, Dr. O'Loughlin, and it was around that time he noticed water starting to flood into his cabin, possibly through an open watertight door nearby. Because the cabin he was in was on the port side of E deck, aft, near the reciprocating engine room on the forward side, which is interesting because this means that by this point in the sinking, water is so far inside the ship, so far aft on E deck, that it's practically flooding, if not right now, flooding into the engine room. And it's this is probably one of the ways in which it kind of goes over the bulkheads, because E deck was a big weak point there, because a lot of bulkheads didn't go that high. But even where Jockin's cabin was, the bulkhead, the watertight door was open. And so after that, Jockin left his cabin, went to A deck to throw about 50 deck chairs overboard, and then he went down to the A deck pantry to get some water, because you can't just drink alcohol the entire time.
Speaking of the engine room being filled up by water, this is like the last last message that was clear and concise from Titanic that was heard by other stations, other ships, or I should say, is the engine room full up to the boilers.
And Captain Smith released the wireless operators roughly around this time as well, but they did not immediately abandon their post, because I believe it was after that Phillips had his last interaction with the Frankfurt, where he kind of, after having difficulties maintaining contact with Frankfurt all evening and conveying the seriousness of the situation, they said something, whatever their signal was, it was of such a casual nature that caused Phillips to reportedly stand up and rip the earphones off and exclaim, "The fools," and that's when he tapped out, "Stand by, keep out." Which I think was overheard by Virginian. Might have been overheard by... No, I have it in my notes somewhere.
Got collapsible sea lowering away. with Bruce Ismay on board and Officer Rowe, excuse me, with Quartermaster Rowe. A little bit of drama had just occurred around this lifeboat, and they're going to have some more drama, I guess I'll say, as it's lowering due to the listing of the ship. It's the sides of the lifeboat are rubbing against the superstructure of the ship, and they have to push against the superstructure itself to get the lifeboats to be lowered to reach the water below.
As a quick addendum to my last statement, it was the Piranga that hurt the
Ipiranga? Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate the quick looking and the note. There's one lifeboat left that will be lowered from Titanic. As it's about to approach 2 a.m. There have been several occurrences of gunshots at lifeboats. I believe we've had 3 now. We've had gunshots at lifeboat 14 and both collapsibles. And there will be one other occurrence where there's a rather controversial subject of possible actual shooting of passengers, crew, and suicide, and that's still indeed, as I said, a controversial subject that's, of course, probably never going to be fully solved.
No, I don't think
there's any way to solve that.
To figure that out.
Mm-hmm. There's many mysteries surrounding Titanic that, regardless of if you dive to Titanic or unless you unearth a photograph of the sinking or a long lost setting, recording of the actual events, somehow you're going to that certain things are just going to be forever unknown.
I don't believe any of the bodies that were recovered in the aftermath were found to have been shot.
Right. I don't think so. I remember that one of the possibilities for a suicide was McElroy, but his body was also recovered, and there's no mention of any self-inflicted wounds on him, for instance.
And I think it was pointed out in that A&E documentary that because the bodies of so many of the famous people, the officers weren't recovered, that it helped fuel some of
the speculations. Local time where I am, but it's 2:02 Titanic time, parent time ship. And roughly around this time, give or take a couple of minutes, the last lifeboat has been launched. will be launched, collapsible TV. If you could call that a launch, it doesn't have to go very far to get to the water below. And then you can see the two men who are going to jump into her bow from A deck, Stephenson and who was the other one? Woolner and Stephenson jump in just as A deck goes underwater, or just as the water breaches the bulwark of the A deck promenade. And these people, this is the last joke I'm going to make, these people are frozen in terror. Because, yeah, that's the limitation of our animation, everybody. I've seen this joke several times in the chat, that our figurines are rather stiff and lifeless, but indeed, yes, they're just static figures that we place around the ship. Or Jack, not me, I don't place them around the ship, but Jack has placed around the ship. I believe I'm taking credit for modeling them at one point, because I think they're modeled after the Mystery Shadow Man that was seen in one of the demos that I had made. And I think Kyle had you're not canceling me, Dan. And I think that Kyle had modified them. I even feel like I made that life jacket that's not even complete on them. And somehow they've been turned into this, these passengers and crew around Titanic. Yeah, at least they're not the T-posing guy on the bow of Titanic.
Very much reminds me of the shots in that '94 documentary, the filming of that model, because that all was like just stationary
They were, yeah,
figures on there. So that's what I'm being reminded of at this moment.
I just saw briefly, now I can't see who just said it, but someone said foosball people, and yeah, they look like foosball table people. That's more clever than anything else. That's what they look like. They just need to be painted two different colors. But indeed, they're there to represent certain groups of passengers and crew. It takes a lot of effort to animate people, of course. I mean, that's something that we've never wanted to get our hands dirty with. And then it opens a whole new can of worms of, if you animate a certain passenger or a certain crew member, you're adding life, personification to this figure. Is it going to represent this person? Is it going to represent this passenger? You have to add direction to it. You have to add direction to the rigging. You have to. It's a whole new thing. It's a whole new ball game. It's a whole new piece of work, really, in that we're not ready to go down. So right now, just having them skate around the ship every once in a while, or be positioned in areas where we know passengers would congregate, is what Jack has done.
So it's about 2:05, 2:06 a.m. Titanic has roughly 15 minutes to live. People at this point are really realizing that the ship is going down. I mean, I'm sure most of them realized that a while back, but if you didn't think it before, you were probably pretty sure now. And this is, of course, in the Marconi suite. Phillips was still making his final attempts to send out messages. Bride had put on his life belt, and he strapped a belt onto Phillips. And this is kind of one of the crazier stories from the sinking, where apparently Phillips asked Bride to grab a coat and spare money from their cabin, which was right next to the Marconi office, the next room over. And when Bride walked back in, he saw a stoker in the office, Marconi office, trying to literally take the life jacket off of Phillips' back. And
who was still transmitting and apparently oblivious to this.
Yeah, he was just so focused on his work. He would have, of course, had headphones on. And Bride was a smaller man, but he ran right at the stoker. He might have knocked him out with an object, but in any case, the stoker got knocked out cold. And at this point, it was pretty much that Phillips and Bride just abandoned their efforts and left a Marconi suite for the last time. And when they got on deck, it was chaotic. The whole scene was chaotic, and the band was still there playing music.
I believe
And
Bride went on to the roof of the officers' quarters to help with collapsible B, I believe.
yeah, and
Phillips ran aft.
yeah, and once Phillips ran aft, it was the last time Bride saw him alive. And of course, we have at this point Carpathia just steaming ahead, trying to get to Titanic as fast as she can. And the good credit to Carpathia's crew. They did everything they could to, like, even before they got to Titanic, they did everything they could to prepare for the passengers. Really good job on Carpathia's crew.
Arthur Rostrom was very, very thorough in his orders.
So, Titanic's boat deck is about to go under fast, and there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. We're not going to go over all of it because it's so dense.
It's hard enough to cover all of the events of the 2 hours and 40 minutes as it is.
Oh yeah, we've missed so much, and there are probably some threads we've dropped. It's very difficult to cover all of this in time.
I think if we tried to cover it all, we'd be here for 24 hours.
Oh yeah.
At
But the
least.
the short version is that when when the boat deck starts going under, a lot of stuff happens very fast, and the main theme is people getting washed overboard and people getting separated. Water was rushing over the deck. There was a wave of water that went over the deck, and it just washed a bunch of people all over the place.
And that's about to start right about now.
And it was at this point a lot of people finally got lost, got dumped overboard, or they got separated, and some people didn't see their loved ones ever again, or their friends, and it's just everything just kind of for 2.5 hours, things have been playing out slowly, this slow build-up, but in the last 5 to 10 minutes, things just go completely chaotic, and so many lives get snuffed out or separated in this time. It's kind of insane just how fast it goes.
Let's watch the last minutes of Titanic now, I guess.
Alright, we're gonna be quiet.
Okay, everybody, and we are coming back after we have watched the sinking of Titanic, the new animation, in memory of all those aboard Titanic on her fateful maiden voyage. And yes, it's difficult to say things after um, we watched that. The three of us were talking privately during that, and maybe we're going to share our thoughts on that because I think it was. Did you say it was your first time watching it, David?
Yes, that was the
Sorry.
first time I had seen
Yeah.
the animation.
Yeah, and we were just comparing it to. He was bringing up survivor accounts of what they described the ship and what it looked like in 1912. Um, and so, again, just quickly, kudos mainly to our wonderful media manager, Jack, for creating this super impressive animation that he did for us and for all of you out there. So, hats off to him um, for
Very,
today.
I tip my hat to, if I was wearing a hat, I tip my
Right.
hat to
Yes.
Jack.
Mhm. It's definitely a step up from our previous animations in the past, but um, one of the main reason why we do this is to remember and commemorate the lives lost and the lives that were aboard and had to endure the sinking of Titanic um, 111 years ago. Uh, roughly exactly 111 years ago, there'd be still people struggling in the water. There's still people in lifeboats waiting, hopefully, for rescue at this time. Um, and uh, to summarize, oh, it would take us forever to summarize what actually happened during the end of Titanic, but I think it would be best perhaps to talk about um, what happens afterwards, before Carpathia arrives. What happens for the people in the lifeboats until Titanic? Excuse me, until Carpathia comes to rescue them. Let's talk a little bit about that before we perhaps head out for the evening. Um, so we have 20 lifeboats in the water with 700 passengers in those lifeboats, and there's only a handful of those passengers and crew in the lifeboats who know help's coming. There's
Mm.
to them, they just watched the biggest ship in the world sink, which was unimaginable to them, and now they have no idea what's going to happen next, really.
Yeah, and the person who really knows is Harold Bride, who is
Who's barely
gone
mhm,
through quite an ordeal
who's barely
during
alive
the final plunge.
mhm, on the on the bottom side of collapsible B right now, which just a few moments ago you saw dangerously close to the stern of Titanic as it was going down. Um, he knows that Carpathia is about an hour or so away, as he would report to Second Officer Lightoller, who's also on that lifeboat. And so they have to survive and hold out for another hour or until they can find another lifeboat nearby to get rescued.
Which I believe lifeboat number 12 is the one that comes and
Picks them up.
picks them up.
Mhm. Yeah.
And there were quite a number of notable people or notable survivors on that overturned collapsible B. Lightoller, Harold Bride, uh, Jack Thayer, I
Hmm.
believe,
Yeah.
Arch,
Gracie. Hmm.
Colonel Archibald Gracie. Um, did Charles Joffin make it to B? I'm
Jock
trying
can
to
make it
think.
to
Yeah,
the. He did make it to
Joffin.
the boat B, didn't he? Yes. Um, that I believe there is a, a possible assumption that Phillips might have made it there.
There was some
Is that
stories
is there some
that he
speculation,
may have made it to
or
B, but
or
it's
is that akin
I don't.
also that Smith could have Captain Smith could have made it to B,
Yeah,
or
there's a few different accounts of Smith approaching. I think a couple different boats
mhm,
before swimming away.
of course. But there's always the stories like that of legend of
Yeah.
Titanic's most famous crew members and passengers.
I know there's that famous painting or drawing of Smith approaching the boat with
Ho-
the baby.
holding a baby like
Yeah,
holding a baby like the baby is Jesus, trying to give it to the the crew in the boat. Of course,
yeah,
there was no baby that was saved by the occupants of boat B, so we know that's
no.
not true at all. And on collapsible A, which was washed overboard as well as Titanic made her an initial downward sudden plunge, where that was, which is where we cut off Kyle so everybody could listen to the final strings of "Near My God to Thee." Um, it was not the overturned lifeboat, but the one on the starboard side that was washed away. It was swamped, hit
I
by the
think
waves.
the sides were damaged.
Hmm.
The canvas sides had been damaged. I don't know if that was during its when they were getting it down from the officer's deck house, or if that happened during that when the wave came over the boat deck. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Right, but it's filled quite a bit with water, to
Mm,
my understanding at that point, and the survivors inside the boat have to. Uh, I don't think the water's waist deep, but it's at least up to their legs, and
yeah.
they have to try their best to get some of the water out of the boat, otherwise they're not going to be able to survive. Most of the occupants who climbed in fell out when the boat was being swamped and washed overboard. Um, I know one woman survived in collapsible A. No women survived on collapsible B, but it was uh, Rosa Abbott.
Mm,
She survived on
Abbott.
collapsible A with one of her sons. Unfortunately, she had two children with her, and during that plunge that Titanic took around between 210 and 215, that caused a wave, like a crest at this, like a wave at this seashore that some survivors called it,
Yeah.
washed away one of her children, but she was able to survive in the lifeboat, along with I think
Uh,
possibly a, a dozen others in
I
collapsible A. Not that many.
Yeah, there were not many. I believe Boat A was abandoned
Hmm.
at some point during their
Another boat
life. Another
picked
boat,
up the
yeah.
occupants, just like B. We all know. I don't say. Excuse me for saying we all know, but collapsible A was left adrift and was found many weeks. Was it a month later?
It
It
was.
was,
It
I
might
think, a
have
month.
even been a considerable amount of time. Enough time had elapsed that.
Oceanic had found it later,
Yeah,
I believe, and there's at least
there
I think it
were
was three bodies from
three
Titanic
bodies.
recovered that were
Yeah,
still inside the lifeboat.
badly. Probably we won't even go into that, but
Hmm.
they were needless to say they were buried at sea.
Right. The recovery effort would um, not happen for a while, much longer. Let's still completely talk about the rescue operation. Um,
Mm.
which lifeboats would return to the scene? Now we have some lifeboats which were close enough that they were able to pick up survivors in the water, like boat 4 rode alongside Titanic, and so several people jumped into the
Oh.
water directly and swam right to that lifeboat. I think boat four picked up I want to say 10 off the top of my head because it was so close. But out of all the
Um,
Fifth
lifeboats,
Officer Lowe, I know
it's
in
yeah,
boat 14, he corralled a bunch of boats together. I forget which ones, but he transferred the passengers out, a lot of the passengers out of his boat, and then went back. But unfortunately, by the time he made it back to the scene, there was not many left.
not
it's
too
kind of
much.
ironic. It's kind of ironic, really,
4,
considering
4, 10, 12, 14, and D.
yeah, it's kind of ironic that boat 14 was kind of the one that went back, considering how much effort they went through to keep people out initially. Uh, but
I th-
that's how it is.
I think in boat 5, Pittman wanted to go back, but he was talked out of it by uh, some of the people in the boat. And I seem to remember
Yeah.
reading somewhere that that was something that haunted him, that
Mhm.
decision to not go back, or that he allowed himself to be talked out of it.
I can imagine that would be the case for many passengers and crew. But
Yeah,
at the same
and
same time, I can imagine the conflict that could go on inside of a person if they want to go back or if they were too afraid. Uh,
yeah, and fear is, unfortunately, it's a common thing in situations like this, and especially with the misconceptions. I'm sure there were people who thought, "Oh no, that we're gonna get dragged to the bottom of the ocean by 500 people," or "Oh, what if the ship is still sucking things
right.
down," and that kind of thing. And just these kind of, I don't want to call them irrational, but these kind of irrational fears of what could happen, and so it just kept so many people from trying to save more lives.
It's this is a unique situation which hopefully none of us ever have to be uh, forced into. So often, if you discuss Titanic, and when I've talked Titanic with people I've met for the very first time via friends, and I talk about like my what I when Titanic is brought up as a thing I do, and the thing that often happens is they say, well, if I was on Titanic, I would do this, and then I have to hear them say that they would save everybody somehow, or I would go back and rescue passengers, and I always think, of course you would do that. But I mean, if I
I
was in
mean,
if I was in that situation, I don't think I would have done anything. I think I would have been scared the whole time.
it's hard to really say what any of us would have done,
Hmm.
because we know, looking back at it now, we know what happened to a. I mean, we may not know it down to the exact like minute to minute in some cases, but being in being back then and having just gone through this experience, they're not. I'm not sure what my point is here.
Hmm.
um,
It's
They're average people in a
yeah,
time when people didn't know that much, I mean, to be frank. And that's not an insult. That's just kind of the way people are, even today.
so yeah. If you
And
put if you put any of us on a sinking cruise ship, an average person, not a cruise ship and aficionado, nor
or,
a in
or your MythBusters and
or
that kind of
yes,
thing.
you put just a normal person. Titanic was essentially just a means of transportation for taking people who were traveling for business or traveling for one destination to another. It's like if we were traveling fr from Europe to North America across a jumbo jet, but instead we had to just use a ship. It's just the normal thing that you would do. But in some cases, for certain passengers, they were immigrating. So it's just that part's unique. But that was just a part of life was traveling across the sea on
Yeah,
an ocean liner. So it's just this is the event that was happening should have been an everyday occurrence, more or less, but it
Yeah.
was interrupted by the object of transportation sinking. So if you put us average day Joes in the situation, we probably would have acted the same way, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that sense of panic and kind of, I mean, you ever find yourself even just in just kind of a light situation, one that's not life threatening, but just the slightest bit of anxiety or time pressure, and suddenly your brain freezes up and you don't know how to really like talk or do anything. Simple stuff. You just kind of, you get scrambled. And now just imagine that times 100 in a situation like
Right.
this. And especially for people in the water, like your whole body is just getting stabbed with cold.
That's what
And
that's what makes
that's
it
even worse.
rather difficult sometimes for us to uh, I don't want to say trust, but to interpret certain passenger accounts and survivor accounts of the disaster. You know, we have to take a grain of salt when reading some of these and trust others more than some, because you have that aspect, and then you have also the other uh, side of the coin where if they then get to New York, and then if they are telling their story to, and who are they telling their story to afterwards? If they're telling their story
Yeah.
to a loved one in a personal letter, that's probably more of a chance of being what really happened, instead of if they're seeing the first reporter at the New York pier and then telling
And
them a
depending on
fantastic, yeah,
who the reporter is
yeah,
too.
yeah. If they're telling them a story and then the reporter goes back to the world and then and, and embellishes the entire tale,
Like
which one is more accurate? Yeah.
there's a story that's coming to my mind, right? In the New York Evening World, published on April 19th, the day after the Carpathia arrived. They had a story in there with an interview with Harold Bride,
Hmm.
and according to this
Oops.
story that the guy wrote up, the whole like apparently Bride had a gun.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and shot the stoker, and it's like, well, we know that that didn't happen. Uh, it's and stories changed over the years too, probably in some cases. With you mentioned earlier the, the fallibility of human memory.
Exactly. Yes, you have different survivors repeating their story or telling their story finally after so many years. Did other Titanic tales from different survivors or different forms of medium influence their stories to tell it in a certain way, or are they really telling their story as it was told? Uh,
And there were probably people who might not have told their stories either.
hmm.
I mean, there were 712 survivors, and I don't know if there's accounts for every one of them. Uh, I'm gonna guess there probably aren't.
There can't be, because I know that some we don't know details on. We can't possibly know details on everybody. Still,
No,
mm. We barely know the names of everybody. We or the details of everybody. We just
we don't. We don't even have pictures of
no, we don't. That's true. Yeah,
some of these passengers and crew.
we just happen to know that they're only thanks to Titanic's passenger lists and crew muster. We know where they're from and their name and maybe their age.
Yeah,
And
And
that's just what they gave
and,
them.
and even today, we're finding out things still
Yeah,
occasionally
it's
about
exciting.
passengers, like the six, the Chinese passengers who were on Titanic. I mean, how many people knew they were on the ship for the longest time?
Hmm.
And and not only that, but but that they were some of, if not literally among like the last people rescued from the water, at least one of them.
Hmm.
And that's really interesting, and it's something that most people I think just didn't know about for the longest time. And but once you dig into this, you find out more info about them, their lives, in some cases maybe photos and letters and things like that.
Yeah, there's
And
yeah, keep going.
but yeah, it's in a similar vein. It's like how you occasionally see a new photo of Titanic pop up or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's There's always new discoveries, and it's you never know what you'll find.
Yeah, there's always there seems to be, and I hope there always will continue to be a. Oh, thank you, Betsy. There's always going to be a more stories from passengers, at least somehow. I hope, like I said, and that's what's intriguing. There's going to constantly be debates just about the design of the ship or the timeline of all aspects of her journey, and there's going to be continued interest in the wreck of the remains of the ship down there at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be some aspect of this entire story that is going to fascinate someone, in my opinion, always. And something new is going to come for all of that. Um,
Yeah. Someone in chat mentioned that there were several passengers from Argentina on the ship, and yeah,
mhm.
in fact, I wanted to mention one of them, but didn't earlier. But
Oh, I know who you're going to
there's an
mention.
there's an Argentinian businessman named Raymond. I'm gonna butcher this name. I'm sorry, but Artagavacia, something like that.
Hmm.
And in 1871, Raymond was he he survived the fire and sinking of a ship called America, and he was one of only 65 survivors, and he was left with trauma from that severe trauma for the next 40 years. He didn't sail on any ships as far as I know, or at least he didn't feel safe on any ships until Titanic, because of the recent advancements in tech and communication. He wrote in a letter that he felt safe. He said before he sailed on when he sailed on Titanic, he said, "At least I will be able to travel, and above all, I will be able to sleep calm." And he said of the Titanic, yeah, a couple of months before the sailing, he wrote that the advent of Marconi Wireless in particular gave him confidence in the security of Titanic, and unfortunately, he died anyway.
Hmm. Yeah, it's sad irony right there, that we've mentioned from the get-go that mankind and humanity has put their faith in the evolution of technology to a point where we're calling this ship unsinkable, uh, that the captain has complete faith in the ship and all of its innovation, and that this gentleman, um, who had survived a shipwreck previously, has finally, after so many years, feels safe enough, presumably, to travel once again on board a ship, and who can sleep at night on board a ship. And we're at this point, this pinnacle, where it all comes to a head, and what makes the story of Titanic so fascinating, um, is not because there's 2 hours and
Oh,
40 minutes for everything to play out. It's because you have the ship on the maiden voyage, you have the unsinkable ship, you have the largest ship, and then you have the 2 hours and 40 minutes for the drama to unfold, and you have all these different passengers and crew. You have all the combination. You have all this together to create the explosion of real drama that is Titanic.
It's I
a quick correction. Sorry, Raymond is actually from Uruguay. Uruguay. So, but he was business. He was living in Argentina, and he was a businessman there at the time. I believe uh, he was uh, he was going to return there on Titanic.
Mm.
But yeah, he was actually from Uruguay.
What were you saying, David?
Um. Oh. Well, as you were saying, with all this, like it was unsinkable, maiden voyage. I remember reading somewhere. I don't remember where I read it, but something was said along the lines like if someone tried to pitch this as a film or something like that,
Hmm. Hmm.
it's almost too unbelievable.
Right, it is.
And it's just, and that's probably the reason why we we come back to the disaster again and again and again because it's one of those it's one of those things that's just it seems too unbelievable to be real. And
Yeah, like what are you talking about? They played Near My God to the at the end? That's no, I don't believe that. No way.
the band being
Yeah,
on deck and
Titanic.
playing, the operators staying by their posts until the very end,
Y-
like
y-
Benjamin
Ti-
Guggenheim,
or,
the whole
You got the
dress.
you
yeah,
got the
dressed in our
designer on
best.
of the ship on board? No way, Jose.
Dressed in our best while the sinking has a live soundtrack. It's
Yes.
just you couldn't write that. Nobody could write that. Not even
And no
the
one would
futility guy
believe it.
could.
Mm.
They
Yeah,
would come back to you and say, "This is completely unrealistic. This is no."
And
This,
it's the first trip.
yeah,
but
and it's the first trip.
but it's exactly all of that, which is why we're here today doing all of this. It's so unlikely and so
And
what's the
for
word? Just
and it almost the inevitability of the disaster too. Like sooner or later, there was something what probably would have there would have been some great disaster at sea
Right.
that it just happened to be this ship at this time. Like it could have, who knows? It could have been Lusitania, Mauritania. Like it could have happened to anybody, any ship. It just happened to be this one with this
yeah, and
group
it's
of people.
interesting. Yeah, and there's so many factors that led to that. Like if Titanic hadn't have had that near miss with New York,
Hmm.
maybe they would have changed the timing by a couple of minutes, and Titanic would have missed the iceberg.
If she had
Or
sailed her original proposed maiden voyage date, which I think was in March.
yeah,
Hmm.
or the fact that Titanic actually when ships back then were sailing that particular route, there was this point where they made a turn towards the west, aiming directly at the which light was it? What was the light
Uh,
ship that Olympic killed?
Nantucket.
Yep.
Nantucket, yes, the Nantucket light ship. Basically, they would make a turn and head straight towards the light ship, and it was after Titanic made that turn a little late. It was in a different position, and if it had made the turn properly, then it would have missed the iceberg entirely. And just little factors that line up and kind of, and that none of that happened on purpose. It's all like coincidences and stuff. But it's just the kind of thing that these. It's just kind of what led to Titanic just to this happening. But who knows what else could have happened if not for this? And it's because of Titanic sinking that so many changes were made
Hmm.
to regulations, to lifeboats, to iceberg safety and tracking. And yeah, if Titanic didn't sink sooner or later, without the impetus to do all of these things to make ships safer, who knows what could have happened if not for Titanic.
Hmm.
Yep. I mean that's how history plays out. We 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 try to think of the what ifs and what could have happened after the events because I think that's what's most intriguing about it, really. Um, there's so many what ifs. If just, I think it was, I mean, it could have been Walter Lord who said the what ifs of Titanic are what
Yeah,
is most fascinating. I think
the
David has really mentioned,
haunting.
yeah, David's really mentioned the uh, 94, I think, or 95,
90, yeah.
90, the A&E documentary that is probably very influential to many Titanic enthusiasts out there
Mhm.
who are at least millennials. And sorry if anyone's older out there.
It played a big part in my uh childhood
Mine
in
too.
terms of being exposed to the story of Titanic.
I still have my original recorded VHS tapes that I can't
I
watch,
have
but I have them.
I have mine somewhere too.
So it was,
Now, we should do a quick rundown on pretty much to cap off the Titanic story. I think would be nice.
yes, let's do that.
So, so by 3:30 a.m., Carpathia arrives near the scene of Titanic and fired distress rockets, and that's when the lifeboats started heading to the ship. I believe Lifeboat 2 was the first to be picked up, 4:10 a.m.
Yes.
Yes, with Boxall,
That was boat. Yeah, boat number 2.
with Boxall aboard.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
as
there
day
were many
broke.
there of course were many other ships that heard Titanic's distress calls, and Olympic was one of them. There's a story that I don't know how true it is, but there's a story that Olympic was going to sail for Titanic, but was told to turn around and just
Hmm.
don't bother. And the idea, and I guess the theory is that well, Olympic is almost identical to Titanic, and how creepy would it be to just step on board a ship that's an exact copy of the one that sank? So
Yeah,
a little
Captain Rostron really felt that that was not a good idea,
Or,
and
or
when he approached Ismay, I think Rostron said it was more or less Ismay just kind of like made it very clear that Olympic was to stay out of sight.
yeah, do you want to see essentially Titanic again steam up on the horizon?
Yeah,
Yeah, and that could cause confusion. I mean, somebody might see that and be like, "Oh, Titanic survived. My family's on there."
Hmm.
That's you don't want that. So yeah, by 8:50 a.m. on the 15th, Carpathia finished picking up the lifeboats and survivors, and spent some time looking for people in the water, and then just kind of turned around and set sail for New York.
yeah.
In New York, Carpathia arrived on April 18th,
Mhm.
and
In a very dramatic setting as well, because
Yes.
it was rolling thunder and kind of I don't know if it was pouring rain, but it was raining, and another and that's another element of the whole story that if you had written it, no one would believe it. It's like, oh, of course, when the survivors of this horrible tragedy come in, it's terrible weather.
Exactly, yes.
yeah, and in a way, we're now at this time we're used to news stories just constantly barraging us from all
Mhm.
directions and spreading like wildfire. But back then, I'm sure there were others, but I think this is kind of one of the biggest, like early news stories to really take grip the world at the
Yeah,
time,
that
where the news went out via wireless. Like there were people reporting Titanic sinking, probably in a way, probably before it was even underwater. And
and there was a lot of confusion for the first 24 hours, uh,
Yep.
because there was conflicting reports coming in. White Star kind of was waiting to hear from Olympic, more or less, or one of their own ships. They didn't want to believe all of the different reports coming in because they weren't coming from any of the ships that were directly sort of that they had any knowledge of being involved. And so that's where it really wasn't until about 6 p.m. on the 15th that they finally got word from the Olympic that uh, Titanic had gone down. And when the story broke, it was like on on I've I did a little research into this. Like in New York, on Broadway, the New York City police were actually out in force to keep um, the newsboys away from the theaters because the theaters were all packed and or maybe not packed, but they were trying to keep the news guys away to avoid causing panic or not a panic, but like a scene happening.
Hmm.
And then when you think about it, on the other side of the world, they're a day behind because all of the information is coming into New York because that's the closest to the point of disaster. So England, in London, and in Southampton and Liverpool, they're not finding out what's going on until later. And you have all these families in Southampton of the crew that have no idea if their loved ones are alive or not for this for days.
It's not easy to send out a message that says a person's name and survived. And once Harold Bride is on board Carpathia, he helps Cottam,
Hmm.
Carpathia's wireless operator, to send out a list of survivors.
And caught him. God bless him.
Hmm.
He was on duty. I mean, he was the only. He was Carpathia's sole wireless operator, and he was awake for almost like 2 days straight,
Oh
and
yeah.
to the point where he just fell asleep at the key uh, from exhaustion. And he was under direct. And this is one of this caused some issues with the information. Rostron. Yeah, let me get my brain straight here. um, Basically, the Marconi operators at sea, while they work for Marconi or whatever wireless company they work for, they're subject to the orders of the captain. Uh, and Rostron gave explicit instructions not to respond to requests for information. They issued an initial like report, but then after that, the priority was sending the messages of the survivors and sending the lists of the people who survived. And so for those 4 days that it took for Carpathia to get to New York, there was kind of this lack of information that was causing a lot of frustration and anguish to the people with loved ones on board the ship. And there was a little bit. I remember seeing some news stories from the time where they were expressing their frustration that they couldn't get any information, and to the point where in the Senate investigation there that became a big line of questioning.
Like, why were you
As
doing this? Hmm.
Yeah, why were you sitting? Why weren't you responding to press inquiries? Why weren't you doing this? Why weren't you telling people this? Why? Uh, it basically boils down to that the most important thing for them to do was to let people know who survived.
Yeah,
That was the most important thing.
they had a good he believed at the time that was his main priority. He had good reasoning for all this, and
Yeah.
you know, because otherwise he'd be totally overwhelmed, and his now two wireless operators would have been more overwhelmed than anything else. And they'd also have to be answering. They'd have to become in, investigators slash reporters themselves, trying to answer these questions too. So
Hmm.
that's not something they signed up for. You know,
No.
you know. So thank you for that insight, and don't worry about gathering your thoughts. We appreciate your insight and your knowledge that you're sharing with us tonight. So that's all appreciated. again.
Thank you.
Now it's 2 a.m. local time, my time, David's time, 1 a.m. Kyle's time, and for some people it's probably becoming morning. But
Yeah.
can you tell us what time it is for Titanic, David? As
Titanic,
we're probably gonna be wrapping up
roughly.
this stream
Yeah.
in the next like 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen around
It's
the world.
roughly around. I'm gonna. It's shortly after 3 a.m.
Hmm.
Uh,
All right.
at the Titanic scene, so there's
Well,
still
let's.
another like hour to basically
Yeah.
before they're even
I'm
rescued.
going to ask before you get into uh, resumming the summary of what's happening for everybody,
Mm.
Kyle. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I have to get my words together, I guess. But uh, if it's that time, Titanic's time, it's how long could a person in the water have survived? And would before I guess before you answer that question, would you guys assume people in the water who went into the water would they have had a fighting chance at this point if they were still in the water?
No, I think most people would have passed by this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I just wanted to put
I
that
think
into
it's.
perspective.
I think it's believed that maybe 20 minutes max.
Yeah.
Um, 10 minutes at the minimum. Uh, Exposure in the water.
Yeah, it's depending on the
You know.
individual, but still, like I heard too that the maximum is 20 minutes. So it all depends
I,
on
I, I would
your.
estimate that by this time, uh, the if you were going to survive being in the water, you would have already found
You would have
where
had.
you would have either been picked up or gotten to one of the collapsibles.
Mhm.
Yeah. So after all this stuff happened, Carpathia again. There was when it got to Pier 54, it was almost 10 p.m. on the night of the 18th, and there was a crowd of 30,000 people at the
Yeah.
pier.
Waiting out in
So,
the storming rain of in Manhattan.
Hmm.
of course,
The
within the
streets were like clogged too in that area from all accounts that I've read that it's
Yeah.
just was for like for a few blocks back from the pier it was just a throng of people.
within the coming days, 4 ships were were chartered to find bodies. You had the McKay Bennett, CS Minia, the
The
CGS
Mackie,
Ma- the Mackey Bennett.
Mackie Bennett.
Uh,
Mackie
mm.
Bennett.
And then
Everyone in Halifax made sure I knew it was Mackie Bennett.
I don't want anyone from Halifax to yell at me.
Yeah.
And then you have the Mont Magnia. That's probably not right. And the
I don't
SS
know about that one. So yeah.
Algerine. A couple of these were, I guess, cable ships. They laid sea cables. At least
Yep.
one of them was.
Hmm.
I
And
believe the Minia and the Mackie Bennett were both
Yeah.
cable ships.
yeah.
They were definitely.
And in total they found 334 bodies, and it apparently varies by source, but about 23% of the dead. And
Now, quickly on that note, I saw one question a while ago. Now, if they didn't find a body, that didn't necessarily mean that it was because they weren't wearing a life jacket, and that the the victim didn't just drown and sink to the depths. Now, the reason why they didn't recover more bodies is because it took time for them to get to the wreck site, and the bodies in the ocean, due to the waves and the stream, etc., uh, they were spread out over miles over time. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, and just because and there were plenty of bodies that weren't recovered, but would have been seen by other ships on April 20th, the SS Bremen sailed through the area, and there they claimed there were just bodies of men, women, and children with life preservers just floating all over. Apparently, about 125.
Yeah.
And that's true for a lot of things. I mean, even Lusitania, when that sank, um, even though it was close to shore, they barely recovered any bodies from it.
Hmm. And bodies don't stay that long intact on the surface of the ocean, relatively speaking, because otherwise we'd have probably literally millions of, this is a grim fact, bodies on the surface of the ocean because we've had 2 world wars that were fought on the surface of the ocean, um,
And a lot of wrecks.
and a lot of wrecks. So,
So yeah, and even just all that wreckage, and of course there was a lot of wreckage that was found too. Well, not a lot, but there were things. There were pieces of wood paneling, that piece from the lounge. There were chairs from the dining saloon, and those are lost. I don't know where those would have went.
mhm.
Yeah. So after all of this, there were two inquiries separately that were held. Of course, one in America, led by Senator William Alden Smith, and one in England by Lord Mersey.
Yep.
And
Who would
uh,
also lead the Lusitania inquiry as
Mhm.
well.
and roughly, it kind of came to these conclusions that the number of lifeboats uh, and the regulations guiding them were out of date. That Smith failed to heed ice warnings to a satisfactory degree, that the lifeboats were not crewed properly or filled to capacity, that the collision happened because Titanic sailed full speed into a ice field, and they heavily criticized both of the inquiries. They heavily criticized Captain Lord of Californian, and they didn't. There were also areas where they didn't find faults. They didn't find negligence from the companies. They found that the companies followed standard practices of the time, even if they were a little bit short sighted. They didn't do anything wrong per se, or exactly.
And if I could interject real quick, even with Captain Smith and things, while it may have seemed that the actions that they had taken or that they had gone full speed into the ice field, when they brought various captains before the British inquiry to testify, including Captain Rostron, they asked them, "What would you do if you?" They didn't say what would you do if you were Captain Smith, but they asked them how they would have proceeded, given the same information that Smith had, and almost all of them across the board responded, "As long as the weather is clear, we would proceed full ahead."
Right.
Yeah.
What Titanic
And-
essentially did.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah,
more or less showed there was just this that wasn't what we considered negligent, was just standard operating procedure on the Atlantic at the time.
yeah, and that's what they found. They found that Smith was just following long-standing practice, and the way they did those things had not proven unsafe. They had millions of passengers carried over the oceans over the last decade of that time, and they lost only like 73 lives in incidents in that time. There was no reason to think they were doing anything wrong.
And that's something that people today, it's really difficult still for them to wrap their heads around when we try to explain that, it's going full speed through an ice field when there's no sign of danger in front of you was commonplace, for all these ships. That was the plan for Titanic until she saw something in front of her, which is exactly what happened. Up until that moment, everything was going according to plan, quote unquote. That this is what they did without incidents. People still have a problem with this I'm not saying everybody has a problem with it, but the general average person will say like this. I don't see why he just didn't immediately stop, or slow down because he heard that there was ice coming. Well, that didn't do it. I mean, do all airlines stop their planes because there's fog, for instance? I mean, I know it's not the best example, but I mean, I'm not sure what else to say. Like, do we? I mean, after there is a tragedy, usually, in like a, I mean, after 9/11, for instance, we immediately were like, gotta change all the regulations, which is what happened with Titanic. After that disaster, we had to change all the regulations. It's sorry if you all heard me pound my desk because I was doing the, I was I was the man bringing down the hammer. But after some sort of event like this is when we finally wake up. Someone say the Jack Thayer line, please. The
Oh,
world.
Oh, oh.
we
Quick.
woke with a start.
That's the line. Yep, which is true.
Quick note, because we haven't really been looking at super chats a whole lot. We've got a few here. Got one from.
I should focus on that.
Yeah, we've got one from Crystal for about $20. Thank you for all this additional discussion. I've been obsessed with Titanic since I was 10. Read a few books. Still learning plenty of new details. Endlessly fascinating and enlightening. Thank you very much, Crystal. Yeah, that's why we do this. There's always new stuff to learn and new stuff to teach people, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to remember Titanic, remember the people, and teach people now about all of this, because there's just so much here. There's more than you would think for just some ocean liner. And then we have a $200 one from Patrick Dawson. Dawson, huh? Greetings, thanks for all you do. Thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you. That's extremely generous of you. Thank you. And we have a $20 one from Teresa C.
In case we miss some others, I'm going to just read them off and say thank you. From David, Ruben, I saw one from Betsy earlier. Thanks, Betsy. Adam. Oh, Crystal has sent another one earlier, too. So thank you, Crystal. Julian. From Margaram, Steven, Luna, Dave, Superscope, A35362, or Carl, the Cisco, Wayne. Lalafels aren't potatoes. Yes, they are. Thanks. From David, Autos, Matthew, and I think I remember reading the other ones before that. I caught some, but if not,
Did you say that one of them was the Cisco?
yeah, it was. It is the Cisco, and it is the Cisco we all know and love. And that is him. Unfortunately, he's asking for a syncing demo soon, so I have to disappoint him.
Syncing demo.
I can't.
Yeah,
Sorry, Benjamin. Sorry, Cap.
Let's see if we can get through a few other things, a couple other things, then we can put a cap on this.
Yeah.
So yeah, after the inquiries and everything.
Oh, I should just mention that I'm just letting it play while we're still talking. It's not currently synced up to the time anymore, everybody. Just.
Right. Yeah, it's just a repeat for those who might have missed the first minutes.
And this will go live later today, technically now. A non-commentary version, so you can hear it and watch it.
So yeah, there's some pretty big changes to the way things were done after Titanic.
Oh, and shout out to I see right now in the chat. Sorry, Kyle. Sorry. I see Ben Roden. He helped out with the video, and he was on the stream last year. His voice acting is in the video. He technically is the very first voice you hear, I believe. He spots the iceberg. Oh no, he's the second voice. He spots the iceberg, and he has accidentally picked up the role of Officer Lightoller, I guess. So yes, thanks a lot, Ben, for your help. Okay, now you can go, Kyle. I won't cut you off again, I promise.
So the International Ice Patrol was created in 1914 as a result of this, and they, their job is in the name. They patrol for ice. Honestly, it's kind of a cool name for an organization. And cool. Oh dear. And they just ensure that ships know where the ice fields are. And of course, that's an easier thing to do these days. You know, with satellites and radars and all that stuff.
But
But
they still drop a wreath every year, I believe.
yep, and they're still around. They still check. They still monitor ice because it's still an important thing to do. And the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, which is known as SOLAS, that treaty was passed in 1914 directly as a result of what happened with Titanic. And what that does, it sets up minimum safety rules for safety equipment, construction, and operation of ships. And the original version didn't enter into force because of World War One, but there were new versions adopted over the years in 1829, 48, 60, 74, and 88. And because of course the ship technology and design updates over time. And so today it's the standard of safety for any ships, like at least most merchant ships sailing today. If you sail on a cruise ship,
Yep, you got it.
the lifeboats, yep, the lifeboats and equipment that are on board are mandated by a treaty that was brought about because of Titanic. You can, in a way, thank Titanic for that.
I do thank Titanic for that. Not that I've been on a cruise in a while, COVID, but last time I was on a cruise ship, which was the Queen Mary 2, when we had the very little version of a lifeboat evacuation, whatever you want to call it, I was like, Titanic. So yeah.
Yeah, and of course, for years, people wondered where Titanic was, what the wreck was like, and whether or not, it broke up and stuff like that. And finally, in 1985, on September 1st, it was found by a joint U.S. and French expedition led by Dr. Robert Ballard. And the French team was led by Jean-Louis Michel. The latter he was on watch when Titanic was discovered, and there's that story. When they found a boiler, someone went to fetch Ballard and was like, "Hey, you should come see this." And the most interesting thing about that was that it wasn't until relatively recently that it was declassified that Ballard was, before he was searching for Titanic, he was on his expedition to look at and document the wreckage of 2 nuclear submarines that we lost sometime before that. One of them was the Thresher. I think the other was the Scorpion.
I think it was too,
Scorpion and Thresher.
And
it was sort of like the deal that he made with the Navy was that they would fund the development of the underwater technology as long as he went and looked at these submarines, and then with whatever time he had left over, he'd be allowed to look for Titanic.
Yeah, so funny enough, it's secret government stuff happening with the search for Titanic, but it's just in a way it's just
kind of Byzanium.
Yeah, no, it's just the way it's kind of just the way
reference.
it's just the way he got his expedition funded. So I guess you can thank the U.S. government for finding Titanic as well.
I don't want to do that.
But yeah, it's he and his team, they found Titanic, and they used methods that they kind of perfected when looking for the Thresher and Scorpion, that looking for the debris field instead of the main body of the wreck, and that's how they managed to find it. And of course, when they found it, it was in a pretty sorry state, and
yeah,
it just gets worse over time, unfortunately.
But it's not going to disintegrate or disappear as fast as everyone assumes.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of media catastrophize about, the Titanic is disappearing, but it is decaying, and bits collapse here and there, but it's gonna be around for a while yet in a recognizable condition.
It's been down there for 111 years.
But it won't be there forever. And
I'm
that's
not going to be
why
here forever either.
uh, and that's why we're very supportive, of course, of efforts to recover artifacts, because I think that's important for helping to. There's no reason to leave that stuff down there if it can be helped. So it's important to kind of help keep that alive, the legacy alive. So the exploration of the wreck has also been key in understanding a lot about Titanic, the documenting of the wreck site, footage that's been recorded, photos, data gathered. We've learned so much about Titanic, both in the sense of the ship itself and how it sank. And that's, we owe a great debt to the many explorers and people who have mounted these expeditions, including RMST and James Cameron, to kind of explore the wreck and just kind of bring this knowledge and just kind of gather the information and just preserve, not even just through recovery of artifacts, but even just taking pictures, just preserving everything in this way and continuing to do so, and also to other and more like other expeditions like Ocean Gate, who have also been doing this.
And Cameron, I think he's responsible for the bulk of the interior exploration of the wreck. More than, I could be wrong about that, but he definitely did led the way on that.
Yeah, like 80% of it.
Yeah.
If I would just say an arbitrary number, it seems like whenever I have to think of footage of the interior, it says.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that went down, took the risk of going into the Turkish bath.
I mean, he's left his stamp on Titanic more than anybody else, because he literally has robots still down there that are his. Yep. But
they're now part of the ship.
They're part of the ship.
Yep.
They're definitely not worth getting back.
Part of the story.
Yeah.
Yep. And finally, we've got the legacy of Titanic herself. From the day it sank, people have been writing about it and talking about it, and from the month it sank, people have been making media about it, films. And
there isn't an April that goes by that I don't see a special edition magazine on a newsstand.
I mean, I probably see that same Life magazine every time I go to the grocery store. Every time I'm in the grocery store.
Yeah.
I don't know how that could possibly be there, but it's always in the grocery store.
So many of them, I guess.
It was just 29 days after Titanic sank that the first film came out, and it was co-written and even starred a Titanic survivor, Dorothy Gibson.
Miss Dorothy Gibson.
Who I believe she even wore the clothes she survived in, and
she was also next door to Margaret Molly Brown, by the way, everybody, who we talked about earlier.
Oh. And she didn't fare too well though after that.
No,
we.
And then there was
we could let people go look that up on their own.
And then there was a German silent film made also in 1912. It was a lost film, but it was found in 1998.
In Nacht und Eis.
And then Germans made another film in 1943.
We're not there yet.
About that one.
I don't even like that one very much. Not to mention the fact that it's by Joseph Goebbels, but I don't even like it regardless.
Yeah, no. Although it's kind of funny that footage from it, I believe, was reused in some later media.
I remember a couple things.
And it's so obvious which shots they use, but yeah. It's very fitting British thing to do.
Yeah, we've got a movie. We're making our Titanic movie. We need some special effects shots. Oh, I know what we can do. Use Joseph Goebbels' movie, and let's get some stuff from his thing. Yeah, sure. But yeah, it's of course. I mean, coincidentally, the 1943 film. It was filmed on the Cap Arcona, and that ship
Oh gosh.
that ship was somehow mistakenly sunk by the RAF,
Yeah.
and it killed 5,000 POWs. So, yeah.
Yeah, remember that's regardless of peacetime tragedies at sea, nothing compares to wartime tragedies at sea. So,
Yeah, the 5,000 POWs of the Capacona and the some 9,000 people on the
Gustav.
the Wilhelm Gustaf.
Hmm.
That's these are just massive numbers compared to Titanic.
Not that it's
But
still comparing apples and oranges. They're still all terrible disasters in their own right. But
yeah,
yeah.
they're all terrible. It's one of those things too that people ask, well, why do we remember Titanic and not these other disasters? And the simple answer is that it's not really the death toll that makes it. It's the events themselves, and Titanic just kind of has all the right pieces
It's all
that
that
cause
stuff
people
that
to.
we talked about: the
Yeah.
maiden voyage, the people aboard, just yeah. There is something about the story that just is captivating. And
It's oh yeah, exactly. I mean, I I couldn't pick if you had to force me to pick one aspect of Titanic that really I think it changes every year. If it that really grasps me and makes me obsessed with the story of Titanic, and as a person who has been working on recreating the ship like inside and out, you would assume that it would be like the interior design or the core, but I don't know. You read more about passengers and crew and their stories, and then you work with you work with your teammates to create an animation like this, and you just read about the how the ship lists and sinks in one way and how the physics work. You just the different aspects. There's just all these bits and pieces that make the big picture can just be so intriguing at different times that indeed it's all the different parts that create this fascinating story. So every chapter is what really brings you in.
Yeah,
and
and
it's that it's that 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 reminder that for all of man's progress and technology and advancements, Mother Nature can still come and put you right back in your place and show you that you are not the masters of the universe.
and one other final factor of Titanic, I think that is just you mentioned these war incidents, and these are violent. They're quick. Your ships go down in minutes, and there's just no time for anything to play out. Whereas on Titanic, you had almost 3 hours, most of it calm, for all of this stuff to happen, and that just adds to it. It just adds to why it's special, because you don't really get that in a lot of things.
Yeah, you don't even get that on Britannic, which was Titanic's sister ship. So I mean, luckily you don't have as great a death toll, but it's still an Olympic class liner going down within an hour. But there's I say this, it's this weird thing to say, no offense to these disasters again, but there's not as much drama playing out that we know about because they're so fast too. Certainly there is human drama for those people who went through the situation, who went through the tragedy, but the ships that just sank in less than half an hour, like Lusitania, or how long did it take Empress to sink? Anybody know offhand? Yeah, that was relatively fast, right?
Yeah, and it had a violent beginning to start with, so it's.
And Wilhelm Gustloff was torpedoed pretty quick and went down
But
quickly.
even when even when ships have a lot of time, that doesn't equate to the kind of thing you have.
Yeah,
with
that's
Titanic.
true.
I mean,
Andrea Doria.
Andrea Doria took forever, and yeah, nobody talks about Andrea Doria. I mean, they do, but Not the way they do with Titanic. Nobody's obsessed with the
Nobody,
Andrea Doria.
nobody talks about Andrea Doria. So it's funny.
I first heard of it through the Seinfeld episode.
Let's see. I only heard about it because I
Really?
lived in Massachusetts, so I know what you're talking about, David. By the way,
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking
So,
about, and I'm
I
sure
think,
Kyle does too.
and with Titanic, it was like because people were asleep and then they like are waking up, and it's like it's such a slow but steadily rising alarm.
Hmm.
Like you wake up, ship seems fine, but it steadily the situation just starts deteriorating and deteriorating, but it takes a little while to get there. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, it's what's the expression where you can you're slowly boiling a pot of water with the frog inside. That sounds terrible. Instead of just throwing the frog into the boiling pot, um, and it's a slow build for this perfect storm that we have right
And
here.
there seems like there's moments
Whoops.
where it uh escalates, like, or where suddenly like the launching of the rockets seems to be one of those kind of like moments where people start to realize, oh, maybe this is like Lawrence Beasley said something in his book about that, where rockets, everyone knows what rockets at sea mean.
Exactly. That should have been something that set off alarm bells for everybody because this is now a serious situation.
Yeah.
This is a real
so,
deal happening.
so, uh, yeah. Over the years, the last few decades, there have been just one Titanic film after another, and they're not that common, but films, shows, but especially books and movies and documentaries. And every movie has their own take on the story, and every documentary has their take on the story. And I'm not gonna get off in the weeds, but I'll just
Yeah.
say that
Mm.
I will just say that there's the media nowadays, perhaps always, but sometimes there's this cycle every year of trying to find a new thing that sank Titanic, and nobody ever just sits down and
The
goes,
sensationalizing aspect.
yeah. No one ever just sits down and goes, well, she hit an iceberg, and in just the right way that slightly more compartments than she was designed to take started to flood it, and that's just kind of it. I mean, there's no weak steel. There's no drunk captain. There's no
Raging fire.
raging fire. I mean, there was a fire, but like
There
it
was.
wasn't. It
It's
had
not
nothing to
raging.
do with the
Yeah.
ship sinking,
Yeah.
and it wasn't. Yeah, it just wasn't what a lot of media makes it out to be, and it wasn't. I mean, if the Mirage thing, that could be one thing, right? But
Yeah, like again, I said in the beginning, the collective desire to find one reason for why it happened versus the numerous small issues that build up to create the perfect storm of events to cause a disaster. Like it seems like it's easier for the collective to accept that the one person or the one factor caused the sinking of the ship to happen. It almost seems like it's conspiracy theories are easier to believe for some because they can say, well, it just had to be this that caused the entire
Matt,
thing to happen. Yeah, I know. I know.
Are you
You
are
never
you saying
wanna think-
Titanic wasn't switched? How dare you?
Yeah, I know. I know.
It was actually the Mauritania.
Oh my gosh, it does look like Mauritania.
Well,
Except 100 degrees smaller.
Titanic was actually switched with the Britannic.
Oh.
Yes, the Britannia.
No, it's
Um,
Titanic because everyone spells it
No,
Britannic
no,
wrong.
it's England Tanic.
Oh, well, they were getting very patriotic then.
Yes. But yeah, that's kind of what you get. It's just, it is what it is. People are always going to try to find new ways to spin the Titanic story and make it interesting. But the fact is, you don't have to do that. I mean, Titanic story is already interesting enough as it is.
No, you can just research the Titanic or read any of these books.
read the story.
Mm-hmm.
It's, dare I say it, more compelling than fiction in some cases.
I would agree. Yes, it's unbelievably fascinating and true. So
Yep. And as we go into the future, obviously Titanic's not going anywhere. It's here to stay. It's here to continue to draw in new people and new generations. I mean, even now I hear of younger people who just are obsessed with Titanic. I mean, it's
There's just something about it that
Yep.
is, I don't even want to say the word timeless, but there's just something about it that it's like it's a modern day parable almost, or yeah, something like that.
that's fair to say.
And depending on how you look at the story, there are a lot of things in our current world where we could look at it and go, yeah, this kind of reminds me of that. Even if it's just metaphor, like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic and things like that. And
Oh, well,
yeah,
she gets used to be compared to everything. That was English, you know.
Yeah.
Titanic, yeah.
Often used as a metaphor.
When something bad happens, so it's annoying.
But as we go forward in time, we'll continue to do new things with Titanic. There will always be new books, new documentaries and films, and maybe sometime in the future people will start to calm down about it. But at the moment,
I mean, we're 111 years out from it.
yeah.
I don't. At this point, it would be hard to imagine suddenly that interest just disappearing.
Yeah, it'll never disappear entirely, and it may take a long time for it to subside to some background level.
What did Walter Lord say? The 3 things that people are obsessed about. You guys remember? I remember vaguely.
You mean the 3 subjects?
Yeah,
3 things
the 3
that people write about?
subjects.
If I recall, it's the Bible, the Civil War, the American Civil War, and Titanic.
Yeah, it was that, or like it's Jesus, Coca-Cola, and Titanic.
Yeah.
Yes, I do recall reading. I think I read that. I don't know if that was Walter Lord or if that was
It might have been
Dan
Walter.
Butler.
It might have been Walter Lord. I don't know. I remember hearing it though.
Yeah, I know I've read that.
I've read it. I don't know if it's Walter. I like to give Walter Lord every credit. That's all.
Recognized words or something like that.
I think that's what I meant to say. Yeah. Sorry to whoever it was, but yeah. If it wasn't,
you say Titanic, you know what people are talking about.
It's true. Yeah.
It immediately conjures to mind that image of the ship just slowly going down.
So yeah, it's a story that's never going to die, even if it's being used as a medium or a vehicle to tell another story. So yeah,
it's here to stay.
It's here to stay, and I think we're not here to stay.
As long as we remember that it was a real something that did happen, and there were 2,208 people who were involved, and 1,496 of them, that was their final moment.
Yeah.
And it's important to remember that. And also to remember the 712 survivors who, even though they survived, they carried a lot of them carried these scars,
Yeah, that emotional weight.
that emotional weight that some of them never could shake in certain aspects. I mean, Archibald Gracie, for example, reportedly, he he died in December of 1912. One of the first survivors to pass away, and I believe his family and maybe his doctors actually might have believed that he his death may have been in part attributable to his time in the water, his experience on Titanic. But reportedly, one of the last things that he said was, "We have to get them all into the boats."
So it was like the emotion survivor's guilt,
Yeah,
even though he was sick though still.
yeah.
He had pneumonia. Did he have pneumonia?
He had pneumonia, I believe, but
Which is serious.
They believe. I think his family kind of was of the opinion, or they felt that he never recovered from his experience.
Yeah, his emotional scars.
Jack
And-
Bear and
Oh yeah.
And here we are today. The thing about Titanic is that everyone is interested in it, and we're all here for a lot of. We all have like different areas of focus. Like, maybe you're interested in the ship, and because for some reason there's this kind of strange obsession that a lot of people have with like the details of the ship, and I'm one of those people. I love studying the ship. I love looking at plans and recreating all this stuff. And there are people who are way more into the like the historical and sort of, for lack of a better word, the people side of Titanic.
Mm-hmm. Passenger
but
research. Yeah, it's fine.
Passenger research, timelines, events, and things like that. And it could be the voyage, it could be the sinking. There's a lot of different ways you could slice the Titanic story, but at the end of the day, it's all part of one big pie of, this stuff is inseparable. It's all part of the same story. You can't have Titanic without the events and the people, and you can't have the events and the people without the Titanic. And, as far as what we're doing here, we're doing our best to preserve every single aspect of Titanic, from the rivets to the lives of these people on this ship. Whether that's our detailed recreations of all these rooms and all this steel work and stuff, or our museum aspects of kind of giving you all the information about all these people who spent their brief time and in most of them the last days of their lives on this ship, and you can use the ship to tell that story as well. And that's what we're doing here. Is we want to tell their stories as best we can, and we also want to preserve Titanic as best we can. And there's kind of a third aspect, which is that I think you have to think about the builders of Titanic as well, because I always think about these men who worked for, some of them probably didn't work for the best of wages, and these people toiled away for several years building this ship. Some of them died to build this ship, and it just sinks on its maiden voyage, and that had to be heartbreaking for these people to just hear that their work is just gone, especially if you're like a craftsman who made a lot of this stuff. So I think there are just many aspects of Titanic that are tied together into this big pie, and you can't really separate them.
Yeah, the Titanic umbrella.
And so, yeah, at the end of the day, whether we're doing this animation or demos or 401 or the alpha eventually, and all this stuff, it's all part of the same effort. And that's to help keep Titanic, her story, and the story of her passengers and her builders alive, and to teach people about as many aspects of all of this as we can. And this animation is part of that, and that's why we're glad to be able to hopefully educate many of you about what happened as best we can. Again, this stuff isn't perfect. We are not the arbiters of Titanic truth. I don't think anybody really can be. And you obviously shouldn't take everything we say as gospel.
We're just messengers in a sense.
Yeah, but we're doing the best we can to keep this story alive. And yeah, I guess.
Remember history.
Yep.
Very important to know history, understand history, remember history, so you don't make the same mistakes.
And not to kneecap point a little bit, but I guess maybe to some extent some of us are also just obsessive weirdos about the subject. A lot of people are. So I know I am. So yeah, but either way, it takes all kinds, and it takes every aspect of this story. So here we are. Here we are doing this, sitting here for way too long.
Quite some time.
Yes, to talk Titanic with all of you. And I hope you all... trying to find a word that doesn't sound foolish. Like, I don't want to say enjoy. I hope you all...
found it fascinating.
Yes, found
way
this
of...
fascinating to me.
I like the way that you put that, Dave. Thanks. It's oh, the lights in the lounge just went out. Oh my god, I never noticed that before.
Now I have to go back and rewatch and find all the things.
I know. So that's okay. So I know everyone got upset that I said that at a certain time I told Jack to have the lights in the lounge go out. But I mean, I swear I read that Edith Rosenbaum was in the lounge, and she said that an officer or a steward came in and said, "Women to the boats," and kicked them out of the lounge and turned the lights off, and that's what just happened. And to back that up even more so, the light fixtures in the lounge corridors are still intact, which means that the lights in the lounge corridors were turned off, because if the lights in the lounge corridors were on when they sank, those light fixtures would have exploded like all the other glass bowl light fixtures in the grand staircase, which have shattered, because when you have that hot glass, which in the grand staircase, all of the glass bowls, besides the ones on the boat deck and the A deck, were made of glass beads. When those glass bowls hit the water, they went kaboom, they exploded basically, and you don't have any that survived. But the ones in the lounge corridors, they're intact. So that means they were off. So the lounge and the corridors to the lounges were off during the sinking. So Edith Rosenbaum's story is backed up by wreck evidence, and I think the lounge might be off a bit later.
If the lounge corridor was even accessible on the wreck.
It is, because they also recorded one electrical sideboard, which would have controlled the lights to the lounge in the lounge corridor. So yeah, a little bit of wreck knowledge, everybody, as we as I try to wrap this up again, yeah, there's several electrical sideboards which are hidden behind paneling in the corridor to the lounge. Not really hidden; they're just distribution boxes, and they're just like cabinets that open up. And they recorded them in 2005, I believe, and they're just right there. So yes, and those dangling light fixtures are just right there, intact. It's very much not the entire length of the lounge corridor. It's just like like
The
the very
far, like,
front of it, the very
end.
forward section of the lounge corridor, and then just all drops away.
Yeah.
But yeah, fascinating stuff. I never noticed that he put that in there, and I'm happy that he did. I got really excited seeing that the lounge just turn off. So that opens up a can of worms for what I want him to do later. Okay. But yeah, I hope everybody was intrigued, maybe learned a thing or two tonight. If anything, I hope that we together were able to pay our respects, however we do it, to the passengers of crew who were all aboard Titanic on her maiden voyage, and especially those who lost their lives, and those who had to deal with the emotional weight of what came after. It's not something that I hope anyone here or anyone in the chat has to go through ever in their lives or have to experience, or I hope they don't know anyone who has gone through a similar experience, as we all discussed. It's something that no one should have ever had to go through, and even though we are here together talking about it because the event occurred, it's still a terrible tragedy, and it might seem somewhat sick and twisted. Some might say to you that you are fascinated by a disaster, but don't take it negatively. Don't take it as an insult. You can be interested in anything for one reason or another, and just because you are interested in a shipwreck, as Kyle said, there's what makes up the Titanic pie are so many different factors and so many different slices and reasons. So if you tell somebody you are a Titanic historian or a Titanic Titaniac, is that what we're called sometimes? I believe a Titaniac. If you're a Titanic enthusiast, it's definitely something that you can be proud to be. Because I've heard people talk about how it seems kind of dark to say that they like a shipwreck or they're obsessed with a shipwreck or a disaster, but I want to say that out there too. I hope well, it's still early in some parts of the world. If there's a young person listening, and I want to give my grayed-haired advice to someone younger than me at this point. I guess this is my retrospective older self talking to me in the past, that it's okay to be who you want to be. But
And there's a lot of us out there.
yeah, there's a lot of history nerds out there, as we were talking about earlier.
Never be ashamed of having a fascination with history.
Mm-hmm. But do you guys wish to say anything else before we wrap up the morning, I should say, of Titanic?
I don't have anything. I hope everybody found tonight interesting and fascinating, and hopefully they'll continue to read about the disaster or look into the disaster for the first time, or
yeah, make sure to if you ever see another Titanic book that you don't have, that you're just walking by in a bookstore, or I guess on Amazon. I don't know if bookstores are a thing anymore.
There's a few.
There's a few of them there and there. Just pick it up and see if it interests you enough. And you might be um, getting something amazing out of it that you didn't know that you might learn something new out of that too. So try it out. I haven't been to a bookstore in a while for a number of reasons, mainly because it's just Barnes and Noble. I'm not advertising for Barnes and Noble because I don't like Barnes and Noble. They don't have many Titanic books in them anymore. But yeah, Kyle.
Yep. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for joining us. This animation was a little bit last minute. As of maybe 2.5 or so months ago, it didn't exist. So, Jack kind of snowballed it because that's what we do. We snowball everything.
We do that.
Yes, we do. So we are very happy though that Jack snowballed us this amazing new animation, and hopefully in the future we can try to improve it. There's always going to be more to learn and things to fix. But,
As always.
For now, this is our new animation. We hope you all found it, interesting, for lack of a better word. And it's we thank you for joining us for all these hours tonight, and we thank you all for your support, and we thank all of those who sent in super chats. A lot of you are very generous, and you're all very generous, and we want to thank you for the support, not just tonight, but for frankly all these years, as we try to do everything that we're trying to do with Titanic.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Thank you, everyone, and I hope you all have a great, I guess, morning now.
It's morning now, yeah.
Or night.
Or good afternoon, good evening, and good night. But quickly, I want to say on the topic of super chats, thanks to Jeremy, Mario, Mark. I don't think we mentioned their super chats, but also thank you to everybody who's been around since the beginning who are still here. Don't know why you are. No, just kidding. But there were a couple of cool other Titanic, I guess, content creators I thought I saw earlier. Or I thought I saw Historic Travels. I thought I saw Mike Brady pop up early. I thought I did. And I'm not sure if I saw someone else. I'm not going to say it, and because I don't want to embarrass myself. But yeah, but again, I'll say thanks to everybody who has been around, and a big shout out to the THG team members who have been in the chats, keeping track of everybody, and the THG research team who've also been floating around in the chat. And the biggest shout out to Jack, who I'm not sure if he's gone to sleep. I hope he has, for actually animating this whole darn thing. And
He's earned a nice rest.
yeah, he has, because he also animated this, and simultaneously he did all the other work that we've actually requested him to do for real, for THG Demo 401, and everything that we were actually not hired to do, but partnered to do with RMST and other groups and stuff. So he is a man who can multitask successfully and still do things he enjoys. So this animation, it will be up sometime. Today is now today. It's not tomorrow. Sometime tomorrow, because we want it to be online on the 15th of April for the anniversary of the disaster still. I just want to trim out one frame that I noticed snuck its way in, so I have to go into YouTube Studio and delete that first. So please look forward to that, and then you can watch it in full 4K glory, I hope, after I go through the YouTube Studio and delete that one frame that was misplaced. So thank you all one last time for all the support, and I'm very happy and we're all privileged to have you all with us. Everybody from THG to have been a part of Titanic's anniversary of the tragedy and remembering those on board. Thank you for being here with us tonight. And we hope you all stay safe and have a wonderful rest of your weekend now. And take care, everybody.